Welcome in, everybody.
I didn't even get any.
Congrats, Lissy, on the first. Mwah. Felix on the second, Emma on the third, Pinky on the fourth, and Rainbow on the fifth. Not the rainbow that's with me in the VC right now, but the other rainbow.
My double rainbow.
The double rainbow. Yee! What up, everybody? This is a very special stream. This was the subathon goal that was reached that you all put so much money towards, crazily enough. But this is the fanfic reading stream with the fanfic written by Rainbow Avian. It is a choose your own adventure. We did this at the beginning of the year last time, and then we did one playthrough, and now Rainbow has updated the book. I don't know what you want to call it.
1.1. It's 1.1.
Version 1.1.
You can see in the corner. I wrote version 1.1.
Tons of changes, new dialogues, everything. I think Rainbow, you said the word count of the entire thing has doubled since.
Yeah, we're now at what did I DM you? Hold on. We are currently at 100,000. Oh God, how do I say this number? Hold up, I'm gonna just put it in chat. I don't know how to say math. My math brain is off, gang.
No math.
There we go.
108,005 words. 5 specifically.
5 specifically. Okay,
Very
it has
specific.
the statistic thing.
So, to commemorate this special event, one, we now have vertical layout streaming for the mobile users who don't like having tiny gameplay. Hopefully this is a little bit better. But 2, we also have event special badges that you can unlock. You can get the watch time badge of the Crab Love book. Subscribers or gifted subs will get the Crab Love book with little crab claw heart in the middle. And then the top 5 gifters, because Twitch is a money-grabbing platform, will receive a special badge where at the end of the event you can get an open book with a little tiara on the top. Voila. The top 5 badge will not be unlocked until the event ends, in which case that's when you will finally have it.
Hey.
When is the game on Steam? Rainbow, you want to say when the game will be shared with people?
When Ray is officially done with it, it will be available in Ray's Discord. And if you do decide to play it and you are a streamer, please let me know so I can hop in chat and be tech support. If you're not a streamer and you just want to play it, you're still allowed to play it, but also let me know what you thought. I appreciate any and all feedback. And if you run into a bug, I am so sorry. I have done my best.
So good.
Yee. So this will be completely available to play in the Discord. Probably after this stream. We'll see how far into it we get today. Kind of thing. It is 100,000 words long, but we're not going to see all 100,000 words. So
No, yeah.
Some things are exclusive, and also depending on how Ray plays it, he might unlock certain events. He might not.
True.
I don't think he's gonna unlock the second route because it's a bit specific. You kind of have to deliberately go for it. But the default route, I think we're gonna do great on.
I think we'll do great too.
I'd accidentally get it.
Yeah, watch me.
If you did, I would be very impressed because it involves making choices at character creation. You have to make a bunch of choices.
I had the character creation as well.
That's right, creation, which affects basically all parts of the game. Not every part, because that would be a lot of dialogue.
Before we get into it, though, I did not turn off German time, and Anji did redeem her German time, so I guess we're gonna have to do a German time.
The best bit.
Yeah, the best bit. And Lissy, you're here for it perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
I hear Clisor ping, and I was like, I'll just chill here.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
have to type. I can just say it. So,
I
yeah.
will say I did not open the book randomly. I purposely turned to the section on German romance because this is the fanfic reading stream.
I thought it was because I was here.
That too.
At 2.
Kann ich sie nach Hause bringen? Kann ich sie nach Hause bringen?
Can I bring the night house zinger?
Can I bring the night house singer? Uh-huh.
Yep, that's what I got from it.
That's a classic chat up line.
So just what Angie
girl,
wrote in
you wanna
chat.
bring
Can
the
I
night house
bring
singer?
you home?
Ooh.
Ooh.
Well, this is going to be your castle shortly, so I guess, yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, exactly. See, Felix? We're on the same page.
All
right. So a small disclaimer at the beginning of this story on the front title page here. The following story is written as part of the BeachHoboRay subathon goal. It spun wildly out of control very quickly and without meaning to, and I will not apologize for the end result as I had too much fun making it, as you should, Rainbow. This story is written.
She's probably still gonna apologize.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to apologize.
I was gonna say she's still gonna apologize. We're gonna be like, stop it.
Not for the content, but for anything that may happen.
Lissy's a tad. I tuned up Lissy a bit. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
Woo. I mean, I'm just quiet in general. But
I'm a loud person. Yin and yang.
yeah. Hopefully that's a little bit better. This story is written with a special sort of sincerity and silliness, and the tone will entirely depend on the choices you make. About 70% of the story comes from jokes, stories, and memes from Ray's chat, and they have no idea that I have decided to take a single joke and make an entire story thread of it. I suspect many of you will not remember them at all, but nonetheless, my commitment to the bit remains. This fanfic includes jokes from, Rainbow was telling me, like 2 years ago, from when streaming really just like started on this channel. So if you were not here from way back then and something doesn't quite land with you, sorry, it's an in-house joke at this point.
The oldest joke
Sorry, not
I
sorry,
have
you have to
taken
be there.
is from July 11th at 2024 at 5:54 p.m. So if you weren't there, you
I was
will
gonna say that's so accurate. I was like, oh, you're gonna have a timestamp,
I
aren't you?
took screenshots of the jokes so I can you commit to them later on. And when you take a screenshot, it tells you the timestamp. So I have dates.
Yeah,
So I know exactly what they
explain
were.
every single joke.
As a mild warning, this game/book/reading thing contains horror, fantasy elements, harems, and death. Beware that this is only the second game I've ever made, so any spelling and grammar mistakes are the fault of Faye and definitely not me. Saving may also glitch out the music. I don't have the full fix for this, but going to do the same activity usually fixes it. Okay, that's it for me. Are you ready to be the heir or check the devlog? I feel like we should check the devlog on stream so that people can see the differences from last time we played this. Are you good with that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
This could be like the Sims 3 patch notes. You know, like, you know, where they do the reading with all the Sims 3 patch notes. It could be like that.
The devlog update. Adding a devlog. Love it. How meta. Captain draws. Ollie draws, probably. Dialogue scenes. So they make more sense. Going on the first date no longer locks you in the same uninterruption cup scene. I think we had that last time where we dated Lee and then we went to date, I think, Ralig. Or Raliga. And it wound up playing the exact same scene again.
Yeah. Fix that.
We added Other Ray and Pixels' dialogue to their seconds. Added higher affection for higher scores on the first dates with the harem. Should make it easier to get a happy ending with them on a first playthrough. Aw. Lee's second date game is now impossible to fail, and instead the harem will receive affection based on how well they do. Did we fail it last time?
We never got to Lee's second date.
Oh,
We
that's
were
right.
trapped in first date loop.
Power attack is now powerful.
It's more
More
powerful.
Bonus scenes with Reyna during week 5 if you're going to do her mentorship. Added 6 new art pieces and messages. Added an expansion to Ending Sea so it's more memorable. Added more dialogue to Falra's scene. Took out the
That's
instant
raffle, just
kill.
backwards.
Yeah, Raffle. Took out the insta kill in the dungeon as well. Funny, it didn't make a lot of sense. Added more detailed court win and losses. Added the music, which you guys are listening to right now. Figured out how to get the music to stop. Can't figure that out still. Figured out why damage was not increasing and rewrote the combat scene system yet again.
I did that last night, by the way. That's why it's all
There's also a huge list of bug fixes, but I won't go too deep into that. I'll just pull out a random one. Like, the golden key actually works now. Perfect.
Yep.
Yep. Perfect. All right. Death. Woo! Exactly. I'm. All right. How we feeling?
I'm feeling so good.
Feeling so good. Are you ready to be the heir? I'm ready to be the heir.
Well, technically, it's your job to be the heir. I already know what happens.
All right. Whoa. Sorry, the music just started ringing.
Yes, because we're in a different scene now.
All right. It has been 500 years since the start of the eyeless plague of Elan. Sharp scarlet swirls spread across a person's skin before slowly splitting their eyes open, leading to a slew of infections as they succumb slowly and blindly. XP!
Spirit really into the eyeless plague.
24? Hi, GGXP. Thank you so much for the 24 subs. XP's like, I want that damn it book. Woo! Oh my goodness. If you got a gift sub from Experience, please thank them. And please pay it forward however you can. Me? Never, exactly. Oh god, I lost where I was.
Literally second sentence. Experience heard the eyeless plague and she was in for it.
Succumbed slowly and blindingly spread their disease from one another with a simple touch. The other kingdoms looked at Elon's unrelenting plague and had a choice to make. They could attempt to save the Elonic people from a fate far worse than death, or they could burn Elon to the ground to save themselves. Trying to sneak it in before you started, but it was still. Oh, that's fair. There was never any real choice. They burned us. Do you really think they would have picked differently? What was once whole villages were scorched down to the stone beneath the dirt. What were once towns were now graveyards of iron and bone. What once was a proud and mighty people lay cornered in their capital. The last Alana king tried to save what was left of his people, prepared to give up everything he had, including the crown itself. He would sacrifice all of his riches, his titles, everything to his enemies to save his people. But the bellicose kingdoms were united in the destruction of the people. They slaughtered the king, cracking the crown as they bashed his head in, and fired him in crates of burning oil over the walls of the capital. Cookie, Raffle. Raffle with the 12.
That's the intro.
Let's go. Welcome in, Raffle. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 12 gift subs. Okay. The Alanic people were doomed to die with all their prayer. Okay, I give up. I'm not doing anything.
Or get your subs out now. Subs out now.
Raffle with another
We're at level
12.
7.
That's 24 total. Going for experience. Oh my goodness.
There's only 16 people here. That's a
How
sub
is this
server.
a hype train level 8? I guess that, that's like 50 subs there. That makes sense. Never mind.
I guess because it's 2 people, yeah. I don't know why I decided now was the time I needed to fiddle with my mic. So I was just like, all right, let me mute.
How many has experience done? Experience did 2. Raffle, you did great. Good job. You don't need to do anymore. Oh, yeah, exactly.
Oh my goodness.
I know that the second I'm going to start reading again, something's going to happen.
Yeah, do it.
Do it. The Alanic people were doomed to die with all their prayers that any of the gods left unanswered. There it is.
One more. Oh my goodness gracious.
Thank you, Raffle, for the 25 total gift subs. Much appreciated. Mwah. Okay.
Any other ones? Any other gifters?
Oh yeah, same. I can't remember most of it, but that's the best part.
Okay, goodbye, Raffle.
Experience it.
We've forgotten 90% of the story. Same, it's been a bit.
It's so good.
Realistically, the part of the stories that matter.
Well, this is just the epilogue, or prologue, not the other one.
Oh, he's hot! Oh no, he's hot! Love it. Okay. Alright. Lock it in. Was it any surprise, then, that we would make it our own? Born from the body of the last king of Elon, and the flames that burned hot enough to melt a city of stone and steel, the Cinder King arose, a new god forged from the desperation of the Alanic people, who had been despised, desecrated, and almost destroyed by the kingdoms they once called friends. He took his cracked crown, and he took the fires, saving us from being burned, and to return the favor of fire to the other kingdoms. History named his destruction as the Scorching. He started westward, his flames more powerful than the sun. I sincerely doubt that this is an appropriate bedtime story. I can only imagine what utterly sweet dreams come from listing annihilated kingdoms and countries. Your Highness, forgive me. Was only, giving nightmares to my own child, your future sovereign. I had considered it a lesson for the heir on why we could no longer be the Elonic people, for we had neither Elon nor any of its kings left. Why, we call ourselves Cinadore, for the savior we adored. I happen to know the history of Cinadore far better than you. I will attend my heir's education, and apparently their bedtime stories, as you seem incapable of doing that. You are dismissed. Yes, your highness. What a headache to deal with. You are far too young to be hearing about. Oh my, you're actually asleep. I'm not sure now how, if that's what you've been listening to. I suppose I'll take my miracles where I can find them. Good night, my dearest one. May your dreams be gentle to you. I know mine never are. 90%! Almost a hype level 8 complete.
Any last minute gifters?
Yeah. You got 10 seconds.
10 seconds. Go, go, go!
Hey, okay, it's over. Oh, never mind.
And you
Yep,
just
maybe.
came.
Oh, it succeeded. It's over. You just missed it, Raffle.
Oh, well.
Better luck next time. Oh, I got the email. Thank you again, Experience, for the 24 gift subs, and Raffle for the... I gotta do math. 49?
What?
I guess 25. I thought
24?
25. Yeah.
20? I don't know.
26.
26.
12 plus 12
26.
plus 1. At the end
Yeah,
there.
26.
20.
No, plus 2. 26.
Oh boy.
49. Listen, math.
Right, apparently can't count right now. He's in reading mode.
You
Nope.
can only do reading or math. You can't do both at the same time, you know?
Exactly. Oh, look, the Experience got the gift anyway. Perfect. Twitch lies to me. It's fine.
Or maybe they just sort of knew Experience was coming in clutch.
Yeah. Look at that crab love top badge.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Continue to dream. You dream. You dream not sweet nor scary dreams, only strange. You dream of the immortal rule of the Cinder King and his honored heir, who, for so long as you remember, has been your mother. You dream of wearing the Cinder Shard crown, the ancient crown of the last Elon King, and one that you have seen upon your mother's head. One that will forever burn with flames within flickering in the cracked gold, as long as a worthy heir wears it. Your dream of your mother passing it down to you, placing it on your head, and pressing a kiss to your brow. Mwah. You are too young to dream of her death. You are too young to understand the price of being the heir of Cinadore. After all, you are not the honored heir. You're her heir. The heir's heir. The heir's hair. The hair of the heir.
Here's hair.
So who are you? The name of the heir. This is, I have to put in a specific name, right? For myself?
You can. Technically, the default name, if you don't put anything, is Ray. But if you'd like to name yourself Beach today or Hobo today, you may.
Okay. If I could type.
Or your full name if you'd like.
What, the BeachHoboRay?
Government name with a middle name.
I don't know, whatever you like to do. Or if you just hit confirm, guess what? It's gonna just say Ray.
Okay. I'm gonna put a hobo.
Beach.
We'll see what hobo does. Hebe,
Yes,
yeah,
we're gonna have
I
a very
cannot type.
emotional. We can do Hebe the Air.
Hebe
That's the story behind Hebe.
This is the story of Hebe.
I mean, this is an alternate version of you, so it could be Hebe.
Hobo, an interesting name for the future sovereign of Cinadore. After all, there is much hope in you becoming a mighty. I'm gonna go king in this time.
Yep.
But again, if you play this game yourself, feel free to choose. I don't think any of this actually unlocks you from anything, right, Rainbow?
Nope, it's just spelling.
Pronouns. Okay. Oh.
Cinadore is an equality title.
Do, 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 do.
Right, character creation time!
A mighty king, of course. Your dreams slip into memories, spinning slowly back and forth. Your first memory is of the Queen Mother sending you away to live with your aunt and uncle. You are packing away with some of your stuff to the Cave Fish Manor, an isolated manor on the edge of eastern Cinadore. You watch from your carriage, looking at your mother. I got lost. Looking at your mother.
That's
dressed in
okay.
glitter gold, except for her enchanted emerald earrings. You can smell the sweet honey fragrance of the local orchids growing in the courtyard as they load your stuff in the carriage before the door closes and sweet smell fades. From the cushion of your carriage seat, you get up onto your knees to look out the window to your mother. She doesn't wave to you as you leave, or yell some final words at you, but she does leave her spot from the castle walls. You watch her become a small speck in the distance until finally the carriage is too far away for you to make her out anymore. You don't recall why you had to go when you were so young, but you remember you felt. All right. This is stats to determine like who you are later in the game, right? kind of thing?
Mhm.
Okay.
You can always check after you make a choice in the profile what stats has been increased.
Perfect. All right.
Currently, you are all at 50 of everything. Exactly in the middle. You're the Switzerland.
How do I feel about my leaving? Angry. How dare she send you away? What right does she have to rip you off the lap of luxury and send you to live with your less than wealthy relatives? Sad. You loved her nearly as much as you missed her. Every day you waited for her to come to the Cavefish Manor and sweep you back into her arms, but she never did. Accepting. It is what it is. You were royalty. You were expected to foster elsewhere anyhow. What does it matter if it happened earlier than expected? Excited. You liked your aunt and uncle. You were funny. And besides, think of all the new friends you're going to make. It's going to be such a fun adventure. Confused? You weren't sure how to feel. You still aren't sure how to feel about being sent off to the Cavefish Manor to this day. I'm gonna go with angry this time.
Ooh,
Ooh, changing it up.
changing it up.
Ooh. Your
I
next
don't
memory.
remember what choices you picked last time. So
Nope.
I have no idea what you picked.
I remember last time I tried to be like, this is new and fresh and adventurous kind of thing. I think I did like excited or something. Your next memory follows you as a child running through the halls of the Cavefish Manor. It's been a few weeks since you left the castle, but things are starting to settle down. You're playing with some of the cavefish behind the windows of the basement of the manor. They scurry from window to window, following you as you tap and rap your knuckles on the glass. Not paying attention, you turn the corner and wham! You are knocked over and destroyed one of your Aunt Avia's precious painted pots. You instantly decided to blame a servant. Who cares if they get whipped within an inch of their life? Better they get punished than you. Confess your misdeed. It was your fault, and therefore your responsibility to own up to it, even if it means facing your aunt's knack for inflicting extreme emotional damage. Hide the evidence. Aunt Avia can never be mad if she never finds out the broken shards now, can she? She'll just think she misplaced it. Forever. Tell Uncle Eminette. Uncle Eminette would understand that it was an accident, and he's very smart, so he'll know how to fix it. Freeze in place. You have no idea what to do, or even where to start. Aunt Avia and Uncle Eminette making their appearance.
Yep. Yep.
Oh.
That is Abby and Emma.
I'm gonna run to
And
Uncle.
a nice little gender swap.
I'm gonna run to Uncle Eminette. It was an accident, and he's very smart, so he'll know how to fix it. Aunt Avia can
Yeah,
never
Emma
know.
is so smart.
Your second memory spirals into sweet trip with your Uncle Eminette into the mushroom woods where he let his happy hounds hunt the hedgehogs. Well, the hedgehog mushrooms. Your uncle was never a fan of violence, and the dogs were far more content to sniff out the spicy scented orchids and dig in the ground than actually hunt anything living. While you're with your uncle, you decide to dig around with the dogs. Your aunt may have to lecture when you get home, but you're having too much fun collecting mushrooms to care. Besides, think of the delicious soup your uncle will make with the mushrooms. Learn what you can from your uncle. He brought you here to learn after all, and opportunities to learn from someone so smart do not come often, especially when it comes from someone who is happy to teach you. Complain about the whole thing. Why did you have to be in the stupid woods, where there's nothing but stupid mushrooms? It's not fair, and you let your stupid uncle know the entire time how unhappy you are. Eat the mushrooms. You might get sick and die, but you also get a scrumptious snack, so really, it's worth it. And well, as long as your uncle doesn't know, it won't hurt him. Sit in the carriage and read a book. You're not that interested in going out into the woods. I'm tempted to eat the mushrooms.
You may do what you wish. I would say the more you lean into a certain personality, the higher the stat is, the more specific the dialogue gets. So it is not a bad idea to lean into certain archetypes.
Chaos.
Chaos, yeah.
Yes.
The chaos archetype. I'm gonna eat the mushroom.
Eat it.
Eat it.
It's
was my
eat the
first thought,
mushrooms
not
with
gonna
3
lie.
exclamation marks. You
Eat
know what
it.
type of person that is.
Yeah.
Your memories begin to dart around. Things fall out of order, jostling back and forth. You know your aunt and uncle weren't the only company in the Cavefish Manor. You had plenty of tutors, servants, and the occasional supervised meeting with your noble peers. On a chance meeting on your way to your geography lesson, you stumbled into the fort of the Kitchen Kids. Ms. Charlize, Christy, and Pestola. The 4 trio. Quad.
A late night quadco.
The late night quadco. I gotta type.
Can we shout out
There we
4
go.
people at once?
No, but I'll at least do Ms.
No favoritism here.
No favoritism at all. Just one of our mods here. And artists. They offer to play with you, and you join in the game. You join in. Why learn from your stuck-up tutors when you should be having some actual fun? Besides, you want to know what this plate down thing is. Explain that you can't. Aside from the power imbalance of befriending people that you have complete control over, you have a lesson to get to, and that's required for you to attend. You take the fort for yourself. This is your manor, so therefore this fort is also your fort. You chase out the kitchen kids and claim their fort as your own, ignoring their heartbroken faces. Make up an excuse for why you can't join. The stars are not in the position for this hangout. Can't do it, not today. Sorry, stars not in alignment. Can't do it. Say nothing and walk away. You don't feel up to socializing today. Or ever.
Mood.
Ooh. Ms. Charlize, Christy, and Pestola. I want your fort. I'm taking it. You are out on a walk by the manor gates when you see them, a wandering wizard with wondrous tricks. She inquires about your library and offers to teach you a couple tricks in exchange for a couple of books from the Cavefish Manor library. The experienced wizard awaits to properly open a bookshop, and it is just looking for some samples of the shop. You... Good morning, Michael. Experienced, this is you. I'm not shouting you out because you don't stream. Sorry.
Wow.
I know. Awful.
My beloved, no.
One of our amazing artists,
wish-
though, on this channel as well. Has 4 emotes dedicated to her. Want some books? Eagerly agree. You are already raising the manor. Think of all the cool tricks you could learn in exchange for a bunch of dusty old books. She watches you go with a fond laugh. Question them. Why does an all-powerful and wonderful wizard need a bunch of your books? You're going to need more information before you consider her deal. She appreciates your curiosity and indulges your questions. Order her to teach you. Your royalty, this is a subject, command them. You don't need to bother with anything else. And should she try to say no, you'll have her burned. Trick her into teaching you. Use wide eyes and ask her to prove she can teach you something first. Otherwise, she might be a charlatan. You have a feeling the wizard knows what you're doing, but she agrees anyhow. Decline the offer. You're not particularly inclined to wizardness. I want to learn magic. I want to learn magic. Eagerly agree. Or trick them. Questionable. You would burn her? Okay, experience would burn her. I think we order her. Or have her burned.
Never mind, we might be on track for the second reactor.
Look, experience chose it herself, you know? You're returning from yet another trip from the Mushroom Woods with your uncle when you meet a young traveling merchant by the name of Allie, who seems to be in quite the pickle. Their cart has completely broken down, so Uncle Eminette offers them a lift in your carriage. You ask about their trade. You're not the most knowledgeable of life outside Cavefish Manor, and therefore it seems most prudent to ask. After all, you are the heir's heir, and you should be well informed. Ask about their adventures. You want to know the coolest thing they sold, the strangest places they've been, how they fought any mimics before. You're asking so fast that they barely have time to respond before you're on to the next question. Ask about their well-being. You can't help but be concerned about the pickle that Allie finds themselves in. If there's something you can do for them, you'll try your best to do it. Inform your uncle that she can walk. You're not taking any run-off merchant into your carriage. She can walk or she can be dragged behind the carriage. Say nothing. You don't feel like talking to them or anyone new. Who? Allie the pickler. Traveling merchant. Broken cart.
Have to set up the poll. Will Ray get himself killed? Thoughts, gang?
It should be the stream title. It's like, well, Ray just die. All right. Traveling merchant, cart's broken down. Our uncle offered a lift. I'm going to ask them 1,000 questions and overwhelm them. Allie the Pickle is Allie Pickle, one of our mods here, if those who are wondering. Your aunt arranges for you to meet some of your noble peers, a noble consult by the name of Riveretta, a young countess named Haxtratus, and the heir of House
Haxorus.
Rogers Krebsebe. While you go through the instructions and lead your noble peers on a tour of the manor, you run into the kitchen kids, quite literally. They knock your noble peers into a tumble, and there's loud complaints, loud bickering, and the loudest of all, whose fault is this? You do a German time. All right. As stated, I'm staying in the German romance section for today. Very relevant for this fanfic, I think. Ich bin reich und zu haben. Ich bin reich und zu haben.
I heard something Nick is so happening.
Whoa.
Future DLC content.
What a wild phrase to just have as a talking point. I'm rich and free.
Why didn't you say so, Ray?
I think it means free as in single, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say
based on relationship stuff.
Kind of thing.
All right. So whose fault is this? You take the blame. You're the host after all. Anything that happens in the manor under your area of expertise. You break up the fight by sending the kitchen kids away. It's technically their fault, and frankly, the worst that their parents can do is spit in your food. The worst your parents' peers can do is start a war. Convince them all that you should play together. It doesn't matter who ran into who. What matters is that now there's 7 people to play games with. What makes matters worse? You think you saw CB kick Pistola, and Charlize pulled on Hextarus's ear. They should probably fight it out. Flee, nope. This is going to be an incident, and you are not going to be here for when it happens. These are nobles?
Yep.
Beautiful.
Your guys are 6, so
Fight!
I want to reiterate, this is your childhood here.
That's fine.
The canonical age of the heir at the start of the actual story is 17.
Noblils, exactly. Your memory stopped jostling out of order, and your mind spins and shapes your memory of your 14th birthday. As with all young noble Lily, you can take up knighthood and learn Cinadorian chivalry and courtly behaviors, which is expected of all aristocracy around the kingdom and by your aunt Avia. While the traditional path is available to you, Uncle Eminet has offered to send you to the legendary arcanist Kiri to learn magic. You would be well regarded with both rank and reputation amongst the most wise and worldly of warlocks if you are able to show an affinity for magic. Or you can strive on your own path. 14 and freedom awaits those who aren't afraid to make their own way. It would not do you any favors in finding friends and followers among your noble or magical peers. It also might make your Uncle Eminent upset, and your Aunt Avia will inflict an impossible amount of emotional damage upon your very soul if they found out. You decide on a traditional path, a keen knight, the road less taken, a wondrous warlock, a path forged, a refined rogue. Kiri do be the best. Let's give a quick shout out. Arcanist. I'm not going to spell this right.
I wrote it right before you, Inch.
You did. I'm just saying. I'm not going to spell it. I had to look at the screen to figure out how to spell it.
Now, I will say this as a gameplay decision. Each of these paths will change your battle statistics. So I will tell you this just so you are aware.
Mm-hmm.
The knight has the highest HP,
Okay.
lowest attack stat. The warlock is neutral. It's got in between them. Rogue has the lowest HP but the highest attack stat. So depending on how you play your run, each of these classes have sort of different perks and stuff. I will warn you, though, low HP in a game where combat does not last very many longs is very dangerous. So you got to think about these choices. Is how survivable do you want to be?
See, that's really interesting because I think I'm gonna just go with Rogue.
Just be warned. You could go really well. I have done a run where I've completely just one-shotted everything, and I have runs where I do not live very long. So be warned. Felix got it right.
You spend the next 4 years secretly sneaking off the Cavefish Manor grounds. The amount of secrets, stealth, and so many sicknesses to keep suspicion off you. There's no teacher when it comes to being a thief or a trickster, so it's up to you to tutor yourself. You learn to be both creative and versatile with your weapons while making war with the local thugs, and, most importantly, how to slip into the obscurity. Having become master of silence, a great deal of independence sneaks alongside you. You can pillage and plunder to your heart's content, take in stolen goods and any shiny trinkets you desire. You can pull a classic folk hero and steal from the rich and give to the poor. There's certainly enough people in desperate need of charity. Or you can see about spying on your fellow nobles and collecting their secrets. After all, having that type of knowledge is always useful as the future king. Pillage and plunder anything and everything, be the man of the people and return riches to the poor, spy and collect the secrets. I am going the path of ravaging, so we're gonna pillage.
Ooh.
Ooh.
He's gonna die on his first playthrough again.
Oh, he's so good at that.
Then, after all those years of being a rogue, on the 517th year during the first fall on your birthday, the cusp of you becoming a full-fledged adult, instead of receiving grandiose gifts and fantastic food, you receive a single letter, sealed with a scarlet stamp of a flightless sparrow, as it addressed to you. The penship is cursive, carefully written, and cold. There's no platitudes of prayer or pity or simply the truth. Your mother has died, and the Sinner King needs his new heir back at the capital. Your uncle collapses into his chair and hides his face as he weeps for your mother. The letter does not say how she died. It does not say if she died in peace or in horror. It does not say to come for a funeral or to share in your mourning. No, it is written too formally to spare any emotional details, only that in 7 weeks' time you will be crowned by the Cinder King as his honored heir. He just really likes the start of the game. He wants to experience it. I want to make all the choices again, you know? Your aunt's eyes dart quickly as she scans the letter in detail. Something twists on her face for only a moment before it's gone. You are the new heir of Cinadore, far earlier than anyone would have expected. Your mother was in her prime of her life, a gracious and well-loved queen, and the wielder of the most wondrous magic. How did she die? Your servants mutter uneasily to each other, glancing at you in concern. You are the new heir of Cinadore, and you have 7 weeks before you are crowned, to be handed the Cinder Shard crown, and with it, the entire fate of the kingdom. And the question that lies on everyone's mind, what kind of heir are you going to be? Wake up! Whoa, hello. Gunshot.
Gunshot.
America.
Door slammed open again.
Literally the first sentence, it tells you why there's a slam.
I want to quickly look at our profile, see how we're doing. This is you!
Sure.
We're a hobo. We have a rogue. We're currently on week 0. Stats. We are 100% towards cruelty. 0 kindness.
That
pretty
bar
outgoing.
is solid gray.
Impulsive is 80 to 20 for patience. Yeah. Yep, that bar, that do be, we be leaning in a certain direction, I think.
Mm-hmm. Impulsive and cruel. The ask up.
I'm gonna have to consider them things now.
Just re-slam the door again. Genocide run.
Genocide run.
That's my streamer. All right. You jerk awake, whacking, whack, what, but bleh. Bucky. You jerk awake, whacking your head against the side of the carriage and causing the conversation between your Aunt Avia and Uncle Eminette to pause briefly, as they both look over to you. You wince in pain as you reorient yourself in the carriage, the unpaved road making your stomach twist and turn. No wonder your dreams were all mixed up with your memories, considering how much your head spun. We get car sick, apparently. You quickly try to focus. You quickly try to focus on something in the distance, something outside that isn't moving, only for a sightless sparrow dart right in front of your window. You resist the urge to jump back as the omen of death literally shoots past you, but only just. A dreadful creature to have at the national bird of Cinadore. Perhaps you can petition your mother to change. You feel sick again. Hobo kiddo, are you all right? Uncle Eminette asks in concern. Before you can speak, your aunt answers for you. Don't ask him that. He can't possibly be all right in that horribly bumpy carriage. I'm shocked he managed to sleep at all through this nightmare of a ride. Honestly, you think for a future king they could spare the expenses of getting us a ride that won't cause us all to throw up our lunches? You didn't even eat lunch when we stopped at Hitchtown. You said you weren't interested in the common folks' food. Uncle Eminette shot Aunt Avia an exasperated look. Aunt Avia huffs, rolling her eyes and pressing a hand to her chest, while the other hand pushes one of her long, dangly earrings back over her shoulder. I was hardly going to eat like a peasant, eating moss and worms. Your uncle's face pinches in pain. Peasants do not eat moss and worms. How should I know what peasants eat? Your aunt threw her hands up in the air. You're impossible to please, Eminette. I hope you know this. Normally, when your aunt and uncle bicker, it's harmless, playful banter. However, you're slowly watching this banter become a full-blown argument, no doubt because of the stress of the journey, and you still have several hours to go. Obo takes after his aunt.
Yeah.
You sent me to live with her and, get raised by her, and, this is what you get out of it,
Mm-hmm.
Tell them to shut up or else, blurt out something random, let them argue, attempt to interrupt. I'm gonna tell them to shut up. Shut up. 100% cruel. Shut up. You lash out at your aunt and uncle, commanding them to shut up. Your uncle instantly looks hurt and mildly stricken, while your aunt whacks your arm harshly. You don't get to be rude to us. We indulged you as a child, but you're not a little brat anymore. You're a full-grown man, and I expect the respect that we justly deserve. I'm going to be your king, you attempt to say, only to have your Aunt Avia hit your arm harder. Damn. Not yet. You won't be anything but dead on the ground if you keep this up. I helped bring you into this world, and I'll take you the fuck out. Your aunt jabs you in the arm in front of Uncle Eminette, who looks like he would rather be anywhere else. Apologize now. You were sold for a moment, your mind torn with injustice of it all before muttering out an aggressive sorry. It's alright, kiddo. I get that you're undergoing a lot of stress right now. Your uncle smiles weakly. There's a pang and something twisting in your stomach as you steadfastly choose to ignore it. The rest of the ride falls into silence, the tension holding back before releasing its breath into the silent air. Perhaps this is why the three of you spring back to life when you hear a loud horn. You hear and recognize the loud fanfare of the welcoming ceremony long before you actually see the capital. You attempt to look out the carriage window, but your aunt pushes it back down and toward the middle of the seat, while your uncle shuts the privacy curtains on both sides of the carriage. Am I not allowed to see the city? You ask in confusion, as you are jostled around. Not when you're the only legitimate heir we got left, unfortunately, Aunt Avia mutters under her breath before smiling at you tightly. You can see the city after you've secured the throne. You glance over your Uncle Eminette to confirm, but he simply sighs, putting his face into his hands. I just wanted to pick mushrooms and take care of my hounds, not this again. Again, your aunt scoffs slightly. What do you mean again? You avoided the assassins, plot, wars, and what would have been the kingdom's most controversial secession by running off to Cavefish County. You didn't even let me murder your political rivalries before we left Eminent. I had so much blackmail that I literally have never wanted anyone to die in my life. It hasn't changed. He lifts his head to look at you directly in the eyes. I'm here for you, hobo, but I'm not well suited for this type of lifestyle.
Can't tell it's an Emma character.
Aunt Avia pushes one of her dangling earrings back over her shoulder and huffs. We'll be fine once we get into the castle. For now, though, safety first. Ugh, I'm turning into my mother. Soon I'll be dressing in florals, and you'll have to execute me for my poor fashion sense. It's a long ride up to the castle. You can hear the cheering of people and the commotion of people trying to catch a glance of the procession. You wondered what the city most looked like as you barely felt any bumps in the road. You vaguely remember the layout from when you were a child, the circling rings of the city getting higher and higher before they reached the castle at the highest point. You remember that there is an old story about the castle being tall enough to touch the stars. You remember bits and pieces, your dreams having jolted your memory of what it was like to be a child again. Then the carriage stops. Your uncle peels back the privacy curtains a bit and sighs in relief. Your aunt fixes her appearance, then yours, then your uncle's, then hers again. As Uncle Emmett opens the carriage, you can smell the sweet honey fragrance of the local orchids growing in the courtyard. Things have changed a lot, but the orchids remain. It's time to return back to the castle. Oh, we got posh music now.
Well, we're at the castle.
We're at
It's
the
very
castle.
posh now.
Your aunt and uncle exit first, leaving you to exit at your own pace. When you step out from the carriage, you hear before you see the line of servants who mutter and murmur to each other. They stop instantly as you step out. Nearly 30 pairs of eyes, all staring at you. You glance at the servants taking them in for a moment before your attention is grabbed by the approach of a woman. She is dressed in solid gray, like the other servants, but carried a bright, multicolored sash. She bows to you, a low hinge on the waist, and every other servant bows by putting themselves to the ground, bowing to you. Aunt Avia looks exceedingly pleased, while Uncle Eminette looks exceedingly uncomfortable. Greetings, Lady Avia, Lord Eminette. Her gaze flits to you, her expression completely unreadable before she continues. And you must be Hobo, our future king. It's nice to put a face to the name, Your Highness. I'm Reina Reina Buford. I serve your
Just
mother.
me.
Reina Buford. I served your mother as her chamberlain before her most unfortunate death. You nod and acknowledge it, but it's hard to come up with a response to your mother's servant. Ah, so the old bat lives, says Aunt Avia, mutters to herself. Barely a whisper, but you still catch it. Uncle Eminette speaks, his voice rough, and you recognize his attempt to sound composed. How did she go? The letter didn't say. Reina blinks once, folding herself from her bow. The other servants doing the same, before replying, an accident. She was investigating outside of the castle by Root Cliff, and some rocks were dislodged from the cliff's side. She was unfortunately hit too hard by them. We believe that she didn't suffer, though. There were 3 other casualties, and the captain of the Crown's Guard is still recovering from his injuries. Only one knight was unharmed, and has given up his knighthood as penance for failing to protect the late queen. You can't help but ask, she died from a rock slide? That's it? Reina Bobbert! Reina's eyes.
Different character.
Reina's eyes shoot to you, her lips twitching in a faint frown, but nods once. She says nothing further on the matter, leaving an air of awkwardness as whispers from the servants break out. You get the feeling you're missing part of the story. I suppose a quick death is preferable than long suffering, Aunt Avia says awkwardly as she pats your uncle on the shoulder. He shakes his head silently, but doesn't say another word, lips pressed firmly together as he swallows hard. Reina flicks her eyes to the line of servants still waiting and watching in their line before saying, Your Highness, we have much to get through today if you would be willing to dismiss the servants from the formal greetings. Afterwards, we can do a quick tour of your grounds before the meeting. Meeting? You ask in confusion, glancing at your aunt and uncle for answers. They both exchange confused looks with each other before turning their attention to shrug at you. Reina doesn't say anything else, only tilts her head to the servants, who are doing their best to seem like they're not listening to your conversation. It seems you have to handle them first before she's willing to discuss things further. Alright. You address the servants directly. You may continue as normal. You nod to your aunt to let her do the politics for you. She knows how to handle this with ease, and you're not interested in seeing how well you can perform your courtly duties without preparation. You scoff at Reina. Oh, just get rid of them. I'm not interested in my mother's leftovers. Kill them if that's quick.
Off with her head.
You are
Off with the head.
you're Max Cruel.
I do be Max Cruel.
Like, this is the dialogue that pops out.
I'm not interested in my mother's leftovers.
Oh boy.
I'm really tempted to click it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so tempted.
It's
Why not?
your choice.
Your play
It's
But
my
as I
pleasure.
said in the
I click. Oh,
by all means, go for it.
You hear loud gasps and protests from the servants. Some cry in fury and others in distress. Your aunt grabs your wrist tightly and forcefully pulls you to her side. We're in for a ride. She hisses under her breath. You're not the king yet, brat. Stop acting like some petty tyrant. You try to wrench yourself free. I will be the king, though. I'm not going to have these people as my servants. I deserve the best. Your Highness, Reina interrupts, quickly approaching you in your aura. If you have concerns with the staff, you will have to make them after your coronation. Why must I wait? You snap at your mother's old servant, still unable to free yourself from Aunt Avia's steel grip. Your Highness, you will be the honored heir, Reina replies, as she's simply recalling fact, but does not change the fact that you are not yet the monarch. The money monarch.
That's a variable I gotta fix. Hold up. First glitch of the day. Just
Woo!
spelling.
You're not the money monarch yet, and that is not.
You're not
that
my
is-
mother.
If you're not careful, that can change. You freeze as a pit of unexpected dread fills your stomach. What do you mean? I'm the only heir around. The only legitimate heir, Reina nearly whispers, her voice low and meaningful. But that does not mean that there aren't illegitimate heirs. Ones that will be watching for weakness, Your Highness. Weakness, you repeat, forcing your nerves down. What weakness? That you can't last more than a few minutes without making demands, that you have obvious expectations that are easy to anger, and if they're not fulfilled, therefore making yourself an easy prey to steal the crown from. Your mother's old servant tilts her head back to the servants who were becalmed by Uncle Eminette's reassurance, their eyes still flickering over to you. And who do you think they will get their information from, Your Highness? You stumble over your words, trying to find a way to not prove Reina's point, but failing to find a way out of it. They're not allowed. I mean, you need to be more careful, Your Highness. Reina carefully frees your hand from her aunt's steel grip. You hear your aunt's grumble, something about the old bat, but your attention is once again caught by Reina, who maneuvers to your side, arms open to escort you. You take it hesitantly, as she begins to lead you up to the castle. Your words soft and close to your ear. It's not easy, Your Highness, to keep yourself hidden. But until you're secure your power, you must. And then you can shape this kingdom exactly how you see fit. I trust you can do that, Your Highness. You nod firmly, relishing in both your servant's unspoken challenge and a way of getting your crown without having to rely on your aunt and uncle's help. Finally, a true servant to fit your needs. You are led into the castle, with Reina announcing specific rooms as you pass them, such as the private temple, the drawing room, the great hall, your other drawing room, the kitchen, your third drawing room, the grand courts, your fourth drawing room. You're starting to think whoever designed this place really liked their drawing rooms. Reina takes you past an ornately decorated door, where she mentions the personalized harem awaits for you, but that would come secondary to your meeting with the Cinder King. Reina leads you down a winding corridor full of portraits carefully veiled with thick dark fabric, and to what you assume is the door of the throne room. It's a massive stone door, gilded and ethereally white, with gold and silver spinning through it. Two massive silver handles lead the way to the Cinder King. You reach for the door, but are stopped by Reina saying, "Do you know what comes next?" What do you mean, you ask, before Reina gestures to the door. Shout out to Blueprints. The game. The drawing room.
Yeah.
The third drawing room. Fourth drawing room.
That's a blueprint.
Alright. Oh. She explains carefully, watching you. You are meeting a new god, not an aspect nor a remnant of its power, but a full god. This will hurt, a pain that burns you from the inside out, but it's a pain that you must be willing to endure for the crown. You will endure it, and you survive it. I will be there. Somehow that doesn't make you feel any bit reassured. You watch as she takes a few steps back and turns to face away from the door. It seems you are to greet the Cinder King on your own. Yep, this is what I remember. You don't wait any longer than you have to before grabbing the silver handle of the door and throwing it wide open. You hear it long before you see anything. A crackle shakes the room like an earthquake, and then you are greeted with agony. It starts with your eyes, like a blade cutting through your cornea before smashing into your skull. Your brain screams at you to close your eyes, but you find them already closed. The light was blinding you. Thick smoke wraps around you in a twisted embrace. You are torn between clawing out your eyes and clawing out your throat. You can't see, you can't breathe, you can't think. The pale air, no, 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 my air, 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 my air. You can feel the burning heat as the air floods with flames, as you feel rather hear a step taken towards you, as your skin screams that it's being burnt. It burns and it burns and it burns, and you burn with it. Then you feel a step taken back. Enough. And then there is nothing more. Are you alive anymore? Hi, Alex. Are you alive?
Hi, Alex.
You wake up in a monstrous agony. You awake to feeling like someone is stabbing every inch of the skin, peeling you open, and set you inside a flame. You wake and instantly have to shut your eyes again, the burning of the light of the Cinder King still lingering in your vision. You crack them open again to find yourself in a luxurious bedroom. But it's hard to appreciate it when every bone, sinew, and nerve screams in horror. You wake up,
Yeah, that's what I
and there
do.
is a single part of you that does not hurt, but you're alive. Me, every morning of a workday. You hear before you see Reina Buberd approaching. You don't turn your head to her, but you hear inhale sharply before she appears in your vision. She settles carefully on the bed, a steel flask in her hand that she opens. You find it too hard to speak. Your throat constricts as you try. She takes advantage of your partially open lips to tilt the flash into your mouth.
That should be Flask. I gotta fix that.
You
It's a
automatically
Fae! It's a Fae! It's a Fae!
It's okay. It's okay. You automatically fight it as it feels like swallowing magma, the burning and the heaviness of the liquid, but some of it makes it to your stomach. Reina stands back up, taking the flask away before walking away. You hear a creak of the door opening, and Reina speaking quietly. He made it out alive. Let the Herald know. You feel the agony numbing away to a dull ache as she returns to you, standing at your bedside as you're finally able to move your head to look at her. You live, well, that is the most fortunate sign. Was I meant to die? You managed to choke out, your voice nothing more than a low rat. Sorry. I was meant to die? Reina shakes her head vehemently. We've had heirs before that did not take well to the Cinder King's power. Now that we suspect that you were to be one of them, considering how well your mother was able to handle, and well, that doesn't matter anymore. You survived, so at the very least, you should be able to wield the Cinder Shard crown, which is good. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't looking forward to the alternative. You blink faintly. Alternative? Aren't I the only heir left? Rena pauses, her expression becoming unreadable once more. Well, yeah, but had your mind been sundered, we were prepared to go find some third-rate bastard blooded cousin of yours, and, well, it doesn't matter. You're alive, functioning, and most importantly, officially the honored heir of Cinadore, your highness. She finishes her statement by bowing again as the news finally sinks in. It's hard for your mind to pick up one thing to focus on, especially considering the aches and pains that still plague you, even if they're dulled down. I shall leave you to rest until you have any. I shall leave you to rest unless you have any questions. Reina asks, letting you think for a moment. I am at your disposal until you're crowned, and if I prove to be helpful enough for you, long after that. All right. What happened after I met the Cinder King? Did everybody other than me know I could have died? I feel like we all could have known that ourselves. But who is this captain of the Crown's Guard? Now that we're alone, what actually happened to my mother? You have no more questions. You fall back asleep. Let's go with the first one. What happened after I met the Cinder King?
Yeah, you were a little preoccupied with, dying.
Yeah, I kind of like got blinded and was trying to claw my eyes out. What was actually happening? What happened after I met the Cinder King? You ask, coughing out. What happened after I met the Cinder King? Thought I died for a moment. I wouldn't not have sent you in there if I thought you were going to die, Reina says. That's a flat out lie, but okay. I wanted more time to prepare you, true, but I had faith in you. Youngest heir or not, you are an adult, your highness. There is no reason not to introduce you, even if the threat of incineration was not impossible. You stare at Reina through exhausted eyes. Not impossible? Without missing a beat, Reina continued, I waited until the throne room was back to a regular temperature before fishing you off the floor. You were in rough shape, but it's nothing I hadn't seen before. I sent for the guards and they carried you here. All that was left to see if you wake up, which you actually have bounced back from seeing a god rather fast, all things considered, your highness. What do you mean by nothing I haven't seen before? You asked, your head pounding with both pain and puzzlement. How many heirs have you seen meet the Cinder King? 3, if we include you, your highness, Reina says before frowning lightly. I didn't mention I served your mother, did I not? You did? Wait, 3? Who's the third heir you've seen? My grandfather? You blink for a moment, taking in Reina's appearance again. You seem too young for that, though. Reina dips her head. Thank you, your highness. She says nothing else, letting the silence hold her. It's definitely our uncle, right? Uncle Eminet's definitely like the third heir kind of thing. He ran away.
No.
No? No?
Famously, there's a reason why you're the last legitimate heir. He's not legitimate anymore, therefore he did not bond with the Cinder King.
Okay.
So some lore for you.
All right, we got a couple other questions here. I think I'll just go down the list. Did everyone other than me know that I could have died? You asked faintly, pushing the words out of your throat. Did I miss that somewhere in my history lessons? Reina blinks twice before answering slowly. It's not something we speak of outside of the castle. It's a public secret, so to speak. Even so, no one other than the royal line knows the details, since you have to survive in order to talk about it, your highness. Do all the heirs have to go through meeting the Cinder King like that? You managed to ask. And why wasn't I warned until the very last second? I was barely warned, to be fair. All who will be crowned do. It's an exceedingly efficient way of stopping succession wars before they happen. Not every pair of royal siblings is like your uncle and your mother, Reina replies calmly. As for why you weren't warned earlier, we made a decision that it would be far better to not let you stew in overwhelming terror. You are still young, and confusion is significantly better for ensuring you didn't pass out ahead of schedule, your highness. I feel like letting me stew in anxiety wasn't the best move either, you point out. Everyone had a weird reaction to bringing up the Cinder King. It did not pause me at ease at all. Reina frowns slightly but doesn't say anything. Silence falls as she waits either her dismissal or your next question. Okay.
So yeah, so it's in the next question. All who will be crowned meet. Your uncle was never going to be crowned, so he never met him.
Didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
All right. Next
Emma
question.
said, "No, thank you. I'm going to go on vacation forever."
Peace.
I'm just gonna, walk away. I see my sister lying on the ground there, clawing her face. I'm good. I don't need that. Now that we're alone, what actually happened to my mother? You pause to clear your throat some more. How did she die?
You're 17 in this story. So I'm acting like hold it.
Your Highness, I told you earlier, did I not? Comes the reply from Reina. You stare at her. The rock slide? Really? As I told you, Your Highness, Reina blinks once, her face completely frozen otherwise. An accident. Falling rocks by Root Cliff, a routine magic check gone wrong, nothing more. Not even the most powerful of warlocks are capable of predicting accidents. But a rock slide? That's not like lava bursting out of the ground, or you try to say before you begin to cough again. Much harder to breathe this time. Reina quickly pushes the flash
Yeah,
back
I
to
did
your
it
lips,
twice.
and the
Jeez.
burning liquid swallows your cough with it. She repeats to you again, "It was simply an accident, Your Highness." A million more questions burn through your head, but your throat burns more. You don't need to be a genius to figure out that's all you're from for that bleh. You don't need to be a genius to read. To figure out that for all her formality, Reina's completely calm and collected answers are beyond rehearsed. She's lying to you about your mother, and she's not going to give you any real details. Answers, especially when you're barely able to move. Reina says nothing else but her lips pinch in concern for you. Who's the captain of the Crown's Guard? You manage to get the words out of your throat without coughing. Reina's face pinches tightly for a moment. Your captain of the Crown's Guard is Captain Draws. He's still recovering from his injuries, but he's in charge of your security, and until you're fully recovered and crowned, he's also your acting regent. My regent? You blink in confusion. Shouldn't that be my uncle or Aunt Avia at the very least? Reina gives a practiced smile. I fear I know very little about their political maneuverings, but the captain is legally your regent for the moment. I'm sure your aunt will make sure her moves to see that unchanged, but alas, you're still not crowned. Nothing can actually change until that happens. She pauses in consideration. Unless he succumbs to his injuries, but the good doctor assures me he will live unless he gets an infection. So he'll give orders from his bed, much like you. Uh, you nod slowly, feeling a cough rising up your chest that you struggle to push down. Will I get to meet this captain? Not anytime soon, Reina sighs, barely an exhale, but he's always been very focused on his duty. Time will tell if that includes you. Shouldn't it? I cough out, your lungs burning as you do. Reina shifts in her seat, reaching for the medicine, her voice a low mutter. Time will tell. She says nothing more on the subject, even when you attempt to ask again after the coughing fit. Okay, we have no more questions. We did all of them.
Yay!
Woo!
My lore!
The lore! Rocks fall, everybody dies, exactly. You fall back asleep. By the time you wake up, you're feeling significantly better, the pain almost completely gone, but you're still fairly exhausted and hungry as all get out. Your stomach rumbles and you hear the rattling of a breakfast tray settling down almost in response. You hear Reina before you see her, with her a plate of freshly steamed snails and some finely chopped veggies. Which you assume must be some sort of ghost plants since they were still faintly glowing. An overtly traditional meal for breakfast, but at this point, you're just glad there's food. Reina glances over to you and bows at the waist before greeting you. I trust you sleep well, Your Highness. There's several things that you can do this week, aside from your mandated fittings, ceremonial rehearsal, and, well, I won't bore you with everything on your schedule, but I made sure you have some free time to spend as you wish. I promise not every week will be the same, but we do have a coronation to get you ready for. She pauses for a moment as you settled into your breakfast, picking up at the snail first. Uh, I don't know enough about how you handle your duties from your reputation to say how difficult this might be for you. I assure you that I have done the best I can to make a balanced schedule for you, Your Highness. What is there to do in my free time, you ask after chewing through a bite. Not much this week, aside from what you are used to, Reina explains. There will be more things to do in the later weeks as the nobles get organized to meet you properly. Consider this week a chance for you to settle in and get used to the castle. But be mindful of your choices. You are the honored heir, but you are not yet crowned. You are powerful, but not all powerful. You nod, feeling strangely free, yet simultaneously burdened. Anything else I should know? Watch your energy levels, Reina warns. You're still recovering from meeting the Cinder King. Don't push yourself too hard, or you'll end up being crowned from the recovery room. Oh, Lady Avia has taken over your court duties, and Lord Eminet is setting up the training grounds for you if you wish to see them. With that, Reina stands and bows to you before exiting the room. Leaving you alone to enjoy your breakfast, you think about how you might spend your free time this week, considering that you are willing to put the time and energy into it. Goodness knows that you have plenty of opportunities in the castle to practice some of your rogue skills. Might be good to attend your royal court, catch all the nobles off guard and see what they're like when they're not prepared to curry your favor. It's also the only real power you have, as you're still not the king, but the royal court needs a royal, and Uncle Eminette might genuinely keel over and die if you suggest he hold court in your place. And, well, Aunt Avia may have set up shop in your court, but if you officially ask, she might also keel over and die, but for entirely different reasons. And you kept your harem from being fired? You're not sure what dismissing a harem member would have actually entailed. You chose you could ask Advisor Uva, but you have a sneaking suspicion it doesn't include severance pay. There's also the old temple you can recall visiting when you were small, a curious experience, as the three fates were the only other gods allowed to be worshipped aside from the Cinder King. You remember your mother taking you there when you were so very small, your head pressed against her shoulder as she attempted to eat her long emerald earrings because they looked like candy to you. A strange, bitter twist of nostalgia fills you. Then there are those lingering questions about your mother's death that float around your head. A rock slide killing the queen? Is that really what you expect to believe? Certainly stranger things have happened, but you have heard countless tales of how powerful of a warlock your mother was, and Reyna was so oddly rehearsed in giving that explanation. You mull over your food as you mull over your thoughts. What will you do during your first week? Alright. While you make your decisions, you take a better glance around your room. Your quarters are fairly Spartan, but still decorated for royalty. Tapestries of ancient monarchs hang on every cobblestone wall, a writing desk in the corner by the open window that has curtains gently fluttering in the warm wind. A large, almost reverse teardrop crystal chandelier remains unlit above the bed, which does its best to take up most of the room. A dresser made out of ghostly wood colors holds your crossbow on top. There's a chest at the end of your bed full of extra blankets in case of temperatures decide to be temperamental. And aside from the empty door that leads to privy, your room remains quiet and rather isolated. Besides your breakfast, there is a schedule each day delivered to your with your breakfast. Mandatory events that Reyna are required for the week. It is genuinely all things needed for the coronation, along with extra breaks to recover your still damaged stamina. However, you think you can manage to do maybe 3 extra things this week? What would you like to do? So, this is where we officially get into the how you want to spend your time portion of this.
Ooh. It only took us an hour.
So, we have the options. We can go to the royal court where our aunt is holding court. We can investigate our mother's death because rocks are not real. Whoop.
Rocks are most definitely real.
Hi, Dandy. Let me turn down the music, though.
Hi, Dandy.
Music's like peaking. It just changes from scene to scene. That's all.
It does. It does. I have no way to change it. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. Welcome in, Dandy and Raiders. If you don't know me, I'm BeachHoboRay. Feel free to call me BeachHoboRay or any combination of those 3 words in the chat. We're reading fanfic today.
Also, Dandy, you're in this one.
Dandy's in this fanfic. Apparently.
You only will show up in one scene, but you make a really good entrance. The same with Lizzie.
Yeah, it depends
if we get her.
Show up.
I don't know. It's going to depend on Ray's choices.
Yes, this is a choose your own adventure.
It with your choices at the moment.
It's a choose your own adventure fanfic. We are currently just got through essentially the intro portion of it because Rainbow is insane and wrote over 100,000 words. Meow. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So
Ashley's also in this fanfic.
So this is our choices for what we want to do today. We have a total of 3 energy. We can do 3 things. We can go to the royal court and hold court. We can investigate our mother's death because she died to a rock slide, supposedly. We can go to the Temple of the 3 Fates and learn about religion. We can improve our skills as a rogue and, get better at fighting. Or we could see our harem, which I feel like I know what we all want to do as our first choice, realistically. So
The
let's go see
question, though, Ray, is:
Yep.
are you going to roleplay being cruel with your hair?
I don't know. Let's see what the harem members are. You decide to visit the supposed
haven't-
harem that you've hearing whispers about. Unfortunately, you have no idea where this harem is, and thus must summon the harem master. Arriving at your quarters is a servant by the name of Uva Anas, which is grapes.
Grape ducks,
Grape duck.
because it's grapes.
That's all. Also, if you're in the community that came in with Dandy's chat, chances are you might have a name here because Rainbow pulled people from the community to be members of the fanfic. So if your name is in here, congratulations. And if you feel upset that your name isn't here, I'm sorry. I didn't choose who's here or who's not.
I mean, true, Emma, actually.
If you're upset your name's here, tough luck, because it's just fun.
If you're generally upset your name is here, I'm so sorry.
Lizzie did like the Dami Mommy safe and date everything, so the cruel hobo
did.
over.
Yeah, maybe question everything.
Uvanas, who greets with a bow. Hello, your highness. Might I treat you to a lovely time with one of your harem members? Who do I have to choose from? You ask, to which Uva smiles brightly at you. Only the most gorgeous people in the realm. Raliga, Nikel, Rule, and Lee. All have been most eagerly awaiting a visit from you. Their evenings have been awfully lonely without you. You consider your options. We got Nikel, Lee, Rule, or Raliga. Actually, you changed your mind. No harem today. I think we're going to have to choose one, right? All right, we're going to open a poll.
Yeah. And remember, though, the first date, aside, there's always one guaranteed option that is the same throughout every run. That's going to be a good option. Everything else gets randomized. So even though we got an S+ last time, you may not get an S+ this time.
Oh boy.
We'll see how well you do.
I'm going to allow additional votes because why not?
Cause.
And you have 2 minutes to vote for who do we seek as our harem lover for this playthrough. Or at least this attempt. Depending on how well we do.
Yep. We could be dead in the next 10 minutes. Who knows, gang?
Who knows? So people that these are named after, we got Nikel, which is Nick Resney. Lee Hung 7. Rule is Champ Rule, I believe.
Yep, it's Champ.
And Raliga is Ralig.
Mm-hmm.
There's two people fighting with Nick and Lee.
Oh yeah, there's a lot. Oh, there's a lot of back and forth going on. What is happening? Maybe I should not have turned on additional votes.
No, let them do it. Let them do it. Let them fight. Let them fight.
It's almost neck and neck. I can't wait for it to show me who did this. Who dumped so many points?
Who is going to be the ultimate shipper?
For 5 points is kind of crazy. Listen, I didn't know how much people were going to go into it.
You always underestimate the audience. You know?
I really do.
I'll say as a game mechanic now, assuming your dates go well, you can date all of them, except you can only lock in with one.
Must it be Nick?
So
I mean, yeah. I'm not saying I don't.
So I'll tell you this, Ray, just so you're aware. Third date is the lock-in date. So you can decide if you want to spend all your time dating this stream. Just know third date is the lock-in date.
All right, third date we lock in. We heard it from the fic writer herself. You tried, Dandy. No worries. The winner is Nikel.
And it was experience.
Shout out to Nick. Doesn't really stream anymore, but occasionally pops in randomly as a streamer. So who knows?
He does super auto pets sometimes.
Yeah, like once a month-ish.
Yeah. Close enough.
Sometimes.
Uh-oh. Continue?
Yep. So it's just checking. This is just I had to make a load save because the dates got very complicated.
Should I save?
So it's just checking how many dates have you got on with this person.
Okay.
That's all it's doing. So just
right.
click continue. It's all good.
I'm gonna.
It's just the fix I had to do.
I'm just gonna do that real quick. Just save it here, just in case.
Are you going to save scum your own date?
Not the game. No, just for the game. We ran into an issue last time. That's all. Whoa, hello.
The date should be
That's what you
good.
did on our first date. Took save scums just in case it goes awry.
With the date arranged, you spend the rest of the day idly finishing up tasks that Reina has requested for your coronation, fittings, and the decision making regarding said fittings, all things that don't require much energy. By the time Uva steals you away for your date, you've almost forgotten about it entirely. Uva brings you one of the many drawing rooms in the castle, opening the door with a flourish to welcome you inside. You enter to find your concubine? Harem member? Date? You're not entirely sure which is the correct term, seated in a chase and reading. Nickel closes the book in hand and sets it to the side, smiling at you. Hello, your highness. Won't you come have a seat? Me if I didn't, no worries, Lissy. I go on a date and Lissy was like, I'm out.
They gotta handle it.
Uva practically pushes you to sit across from the
Look,
one of the
okay,
other.
the heart can only cope with so much.
Uva practically pushes you to sit across from one another, lounging on the other lounging couch. Of course, I'll leave you two alone, but I'll be back with some scrumptious snacks, so don't get too carried away. Ha ha ha. Your financial and romance advisor scurries away, closing the door behind you with a gentle whoosh. You're alone now with Nickel, sitting in what you can only discover as someone taking the marble and stone decor of the castle and attempting to make everything out of it. Even the couches haven't been spared. With snacks on the way and a date looking at you expectantly, what do you do first? Well, what do you know about Nickel? Yeah, you got nothing. You don't know anything about Nickel, so you're just gonna have to wing it. Begin the date and fly by blindly.
Good luck.
Your date looks at you expectantly at time. Bleh. Date looks at you. Looks at you. Time for you to charm them. One of three. Attempt to make light conversation. Ask Nickel some questions. Make a dumb joke. Sincerely compliment them. Ask if they have any board games in here. Ask if they have any instruments in here. Get carried away instantly. Who needs to ask?
What will you do?
What will I do? What can we do to impress the Nickel? Board games!
Emma's in for the board game. Felix, I think that's your call. You need to go play a board game with Emma.
Let's see. Nickel. Oh, damn. I'm gonna start with a dumb joke. I'm gonna make a dumb joke. There's a light hum that comes from the date, but that's all. Ooh, continue the date. Alright, the dumb joke didn't land.
Why would you not have a harem if not to play board games with? I swear, ancient Ottoman empires, ancient Chinese empires, all of them, the harems were just board game day.
It's the thing where it's like, I got in a polyamorous relationship just so we can make sure we have at least 4 players for all games.
Yeah.
Alright. Nothing like having Nick talk about themselves. Let's ask Nickel some questions. Damn, a moment passes without any real reaction from Nickel. Ooh, we're striking out here. Oh no.
He's losing it.
Oh no. We're not at the Heroes must
Last
have gone
one.
crazy.
Actually, this is a weird tidbit, but there's a famous I think it was a Polish king in like the 8th century, and in Poland you got an official royal mistress, and he loved his wife, so his official royal mistress was just someone he played cards with. This is an actual historical figure.
All right. I think I'm gonna go board game. We're gonna bounce the board game. A lovely smile crosses upon your date's face. That's a win for you. You know what? It does feel like a win after the past 2 passes. The door suddenly swings open.
He goes so badly, and then he whips up the game at the end.
Board game, woo! Door swings open and in strolls Raliga, and eating a bowl of her favorite dessert. She wanders halfway into the room before looking at you and Nickel. She swallows her mouthful and says rather awkwardly, "Oh, I thought we were going on a date." You blink in confusion. "I'm pretty sure I asked for..." "What?" Nickel stands up with a slam on her feet. "How dare you? I didn't think someone would mosey in on my time with His Highness." Raliga sniffs and mumbles about, "I didn't mosey on it. Perhaps you were scheduled at the same time?" "At the same time," Nickel gasps again. "You think His Highness would make a mistake? Heresy." You try again. "No, I'm pretty sure For me," Raliga interrupts, not meeting your eyes. "At least that's what I was told you. It's not your fault," Nickel spins towards you. "You must talk with Uva at once. This is an embarrassment, and it completely ruined time with His Highness. How will I make up for this?" "I don't actually think it's that big of a deal." You try for a final... "What's going on?" Uva interrupts from the door, holding a platter of snacks. "Oh, it's just terrible. This date is ruined." Nickel practically sobbed into Uva's shoulder, sending the snacks scattering. "The snacks! No!" Rodriguez finally meets your eyes before glancing over to you and the door repeatedly. You stand up and slip out of the increasing insanity that interrupted your date. You don't even get a chance to have snacks. No! You don't really get a chance to say goodbye to your date as Rodriga closes the door with an apologetic face. "Well, you'll have to try this date again some other time." "Not the snacks."
Yeah, there's a big bonus for getting this.
With a rather abrupt end to your first date with Nickel, you head back to your quarters. You can't help but wonder, how did your date go? You wave to your guards as you end your room, and as you wave to your guards as you end your room and as you rest for a bit.
That should be enter shit. It's a fae!
You do doze with all sorts of weird images popping into your head. Oh well, you're not going to think about it too hard. Date score breakdown. Trope bonus 4,718. Global and cultural perspective bonus 5,197. Low self-esteem bonus negative 9,791. Not being an ass bonus 2,519. Harem jealousy negative 5,700. Total grade of B+. B's get degrees. And B.
Congratulations,
for
board
booty.
games clutched.
B
the
for
board
board
games
game.
clutched.
How is that a B? Great question.
Because you hit a loved option. That's how it got up there.
Felix doing the math thing, like, hang on, this is negative. I will say I did not get a chance to be an ass to a degree. I could have easily been an ass. Just taking the choice of screw it. Oh man. Returning to your quarters, you can't help but notice the difference between your quiet rooms and how busy the outside halls are. You notice servers dashing from one place to the next, patrolling guards in the rotation, petitioners passing by on their way to the throne room. Not a soul recognizes you. You're not sure how to feel about the lack of recognition. You know the people in the castle will start putting things together long before your crown, but you're also not sure how to feel about it either way. Frankly, you would consider yourself lucky if you could stumble into a single clear emotion. Before you actually reach your quarters, you break free of your inner musings to see 4 people armed like the patrolling guards, only they remain stuck outside your quarters. One paces back and forth in front of the door, another leans on the wall. The remaining 2 engage in quiet conversation about you and whether or not you'll wake up. You blink for a moment in confusion. You're not entirely sure what to say, but They're blocking the entrance to your quarters, so don't have much but to see what's going on with them. One of the guards in conversation absently looks up at you before looking back at the other guard, before swinging their head back up to you, falling into a clumsy bow. Your Highness! The other 3 guards spring up to follow suit, all messily bowing to you. You tilt your head to the side. Who exactly are you? I'm Tossel. Nice to meet you, one of the guards. Tossel, you know the name, chimes up before another of the most indiscreet way elbows him in the gut and hisses out, "That's not how you talk to the king, goblin brain." Shout out to Tossel.
Tossel, my love.
Oh, that might have been the wrong Tossel. Oh, it's 200 dashes. Oh well, we'll do another one.
Yeah.
That's not Tossel.
Not my Tossel.
Yeah,
That's not my Tossel.
that's not my Tossel. That's the wrong Tossel. I didn't put enough 100 dashes, that's why. Should I have offered him a chocolate bar instead? Tossel whispers back loudly. And another guard, the one that first recognized you, interrupts with a practice smile. Like, imposter. Let's do another one. I have to wait a minute. Twitch is like, nope. That's too many Tossels.
No. Too many Tossels. The tale of too many Tossels.
Tale of too many Tossels. Your Highness, we were sent by the captain to guard you while you rest. I'm Hax. This is Fangs. She gestures to the one who elbowed Tossel before pointing to the one next to her. And this is Kaio, and you've already met Tossel. You nod slowly, and you're here to guard my room? Kaio unfolds herself. Of course, Your Highness. There will always be 2 of us here to guard your quarters, rotating at random times to ensure that you're always safe. When you're sleeping, at least. Your uncle insisted that you needed some space when you're awake. We were meant to explain this when you woke up, Fangs mentioned from her low bow, but you seem to have beaten us to the punch, Your Highness. It made sense. You glanced over the 4 of them before something occurred to you. If you're meant to be protecting me in shifts, why are all 4 of you here? There's a long moment of silence. A very long moment of silence. An uncomfortably long moment of silence. Tasso broke it by asking, "Do you think if we go and check the schedule now, Your Highness, you can avoid being murdered in the next 5 minutes?" Chaos erupted in front of you with Hex whirling around to stare in horror at Tasso. Fangs slamming a palm directly to her forehead loud enough to echo down the castle hall, and Kaio putting her head in her hands and saying, "Tasso, you can't say that to someone whose mother just died." You decide to leave your guards to sort themselves out. What would you like to do in the meantime? You can manage to do maybe 2 extra things this week, or maybe all of them today if the guards all decide to explode from not knowing the schedule. However, you think you can manage to do 2 things this week before needing that sleep. What would you like to do? Alright. What would we like to do? Fangs with a knife.
What would you like to do? I mean, who else would be a good guard other than Fangs with her knife?
Yeah. Alright, that's the right Tossel. We'll give shoutouts to Fangs and Kaio in a bit. What do we want to do? I feel like we didn't go... Last time we, tried to go to the temple and we couldn't do it, right?
Yes,
So,
it corrupted. You may go to the temple this time.
We can go to... Let's do it. I'm
you
gonna
can do
save. And save.
It should work. I tested 80% of it. Yeah.
You decide to go pray to the 3 fates for guidance and advice. Although you could pray to the Cinder King, considering your last visit with him, you're not too eager to repeat the experience of feeling like your blood is boiling you from the inside out. Got some Fire Emblem music here. Oh.
Not Fire Emblem. All of this is legally distinct music.
Yeah. Legally distinct. You were not eager to repeat the experience, and you put the thought out of your mind as you walked from your room down to the courtyard, walking westward and climbing upward to the tallest of towers. You enter the private royal chamber dedicated to the 3 fates, a trio of minor void gods who influence the Cinder King. Tolerates? You pause as you reach for the temple's silver handle and reach the conclusion that you don't actually know why the Cinder King tolerates these trio of void gods. Praying to any other god would be heresy. Not that anyone in Cinadore would particularly pray to any other deity but the Cinder King and these three. You try to recall if you were taught anything about this religious exception. Well, you try to recall honestly anything about the three faiths, but frankly, with the amount of information your tutor stuffed into your head, you're surprised you can remember that there's a religious exception at all. You shake your head, clearing your mind before pulling the temple door open. The towering temple is carved with a cinder gray stonework. A mosaic of rainbow tiles make up the roof. Each wall is painted carefully with a different mural. You comfortably recognize the scarlet mural of the eyeless plague victims, their hands reaching out for the help, and their faces. What's left of their faces is, well, it's not often you hear a fainting, but this one can make you hear the endless screams echoing perfectly in your skulls. The mural transitions into another, showing the fleeing survivors, painting in fine detail with ivory white. The portions are off, too big of eyes, too small of ears, too thick of bodies. I suppose it's an artistic choice to distort the viewer, as the plague certainly distorted the Alanic people. You distinctly remember this one being that one. You respectfully remember this one being the one that freaked you the most when you were little. You don't remember exactly why this one sent you into hysterical sobs and made you hide under your mother's glittering gold cloak. You recall her laughter and her gentle reassurances as she bent down to pet your head, encouraging you to come out from your refuge in her cloak. You pull yourself from memory to look at the next mural. You recognize the gold and crimson mural of Elon's destruction, a city surrounded in fire and ash, a man with a cracked crown and a cracked head falling down into the city as it burns. The final mural shows the fire parting and around the cinder shard crown, impossibly detailed and almost lifelike, fitting exactly how you remember it looking when it was upon your mother's head. The ivory white survivor is sitting safely underneath the cinder shard crown and perfectly lined up with the black stone altar in the center of the room. The three thick tawny roots twisting down from the roof to the altar. Each of the three roots have been wrapped and wreathed in ribbons to wretch them down to the altar. Green, white, red, the storyteller, the seer, and the secret keeper. No one else in the temple but you and the three fates. You settle in front of the altar. Three ribbons hold the end of the root down in front of you. Who do you wish to pray to? The storyteller, the seer, or the secret keeper?
Lizzie knows who they are.
Lizzie does know?
Yep.
Oh, it's a shame she's off making dinner right now.
I know.
Well,
so you'll have to decide blind.
I mean, title-wise, the secret keeper sounds the most interesting. They keep the secrets, you know? But if they keep the secrets and I try to talk to them, they might be like, no, I'm keeping the secret. The storyteller might be a blatherer, and the seer can see things, but can they speak to see the things, speak about the things that they see? I might go with the seer.
Okay.
You reach toward the root tied to the seer's white ribbon, letting your hands rest against it and closing your eyes shut. You let your mind fall silent, filled with the desire to speak to the seer, and only the seer, praying for any advice that they are able to give you. Well, if it isn't the little brat who tormented the lives of those who could have very easily been your friends, I remain very fond of the way you hurt them, although I think you really could have drowned a few of them. Locked a couple in the cellar, you could have done so much more, but you were a child, I don't hold it against you. Although I must confess, I enjoyed the way that you got those children to fight each other all those years ago. To think of the chaos that came from such a small child causing a diplomatic incident, on purpose no less. I could not be more saddened that it didn't cause a war for you. I think it would be such fun to see Cinadore splinter due to noble pride, and don't worry, it's still possible for you to start several wars in your lifetime. It'll take hard work, but I would be delighted to help. And you know, I've always swooned into seeing those who love you most see what a monster you've turned out to be. Damn, I'm being red right now. They're trying so hard
It's
to
the
find... They're trying so hard to find excuses and reasons for your behavior, but it will sink in eventually. And just imagine the anguish, the pain, the horror. You're going to break their spirits, and then it'll be so easy to control. And to think you finally come home, and the first thing you do is instantly destroy the lives of those who faithfully served your mother. If it isn't for that dreadful bitch, not to worry, your coronation isn't far. We'll get there. And to think we could do so much more than fire them from their jobs. We could actually set them on fire. Wouldn't that be hilarious? You've proven yourself to me, but none of your glory will ever shine through with that leech still ruling Cinadore. The Cinder King, isn't it? His bloody sense of duty to protect all of Cinadore is rather annoying. All that power, all that anger, all that grief, blah, all the weakness. You think you could scorch the world more than once with all of them burning inside him? No, let's hide and rebuild, and be an absolute disgrace. And you're doomed to continue it, no matter how cruel you are, he will stop you. Too damn powerful, or at least he was. A cinder can only smolder once the fire has burnt out. Your spark has yet to be lit, and it's not as harsh as the stories say. How would you like to be a new god? I love the fact that I chose this one.
Yeah, by the way, you have unintentionally put yourself on that second route that I didn't think you were going to get. So here we are.
Unintentional, let's
like
go.
Like I said, everything I try to prepare always gets thrown off.
We're dethroning.
Of course you're going to go down this route.
I don't trust you. I don't want to be a new god. Tell me what to do. I'm becoming a new god. We're going the new god route. Deep in the walls of this castle, there's someone who can assist in your ascension. Find them and bring them to me. If you do so, I'll teach you how to take the Cinder King's power for yourself. Just let them know you're the pale heir, not his. And with that, the root snatched itself back and leaves you into the empty temple. So that's the Seer's design for you. Woo! Crab love top implies there's a crab love bottom. Yeah, I mean, one day.
All right. Well, you know your instructions. If you want to be a new god, you got to go find the person that the seer wants you to find.
Gotta find the person, We'll find them eventually. Mm-hmm. But right now, we return to our quarters to find Tossle and Hax. All right, I need to give a shout out for... shout out... Kaio. Oh, shoot. I don't remember how Kaio does their...
Kaio does...
Kaio does that have an X at the end?
Kaio, and then with a K.
Oh, just the K?
Big uppercase K.
That one,
no, yeah. X at the front.
Yeah.
And Kaio, then uppercase K.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
I couldn't remember if there was an X at the end also or not.
With Aqua having 2 X's, and it's so common. Yeah.
It was just such a thing to do for your usernames back in the day, You're you gotta be edgy. You gotta have the X's at the front and the back.
Actually, my old username used to just be Larkspur so I didn't have any of that.
No, I had my email address was like x.x.x, my name .x.x.x. I had to change it because trying to explain that over the phone all the time was hard.
Welcome back, Lissy.
Hi. I have chips.
Ooh, chips.
Chips. Chips or French fry chips?
Chips.
Understood.
French fry chips. But fat French.
Also,
fat
Lizzie, he's gone to the dark side as you protect him.
Yeah, I just caught the end of it, and I was just like, of course. I was just like, I feel like it was either him and or me who were gonna go for the one you didn't think we were gonna go for.
Look, I only had the last route we played on, and last route he was very normal.
Did I miss anything else? Did we have any more sightings?
I got absolutely reamed by the seer for being a child of absolute chaos and destruction.
Love that.
Yep. I don't think you missed much else.
He almost clutched the date.
Oh, almost.
Almost.
Room for improvement.
Yeah, got B plus.
Big room.
B for board game. We return to my quarters to find Tossel and Hack standing guard outside your quarters. Seems they have gotten their schedule sorted and the rotation of guarding your rest has begun. It's a little odd to have 2 guards dedicated to protecting your quarters, especially when you're not even in them, but that's just how a king can sleep safely. However, you can manage to do maybe 1 extra thing this week before needing to sleep. What else do we want to do? Well, now we have the instruction of trying to find somebody.
Mhm.
Let's try to find someone at the royal court.
Sounds good.
You decide to pay your royal court a visit. You know that your Aunt Avia has set up camp as your regent since the moment you've arrived. While most would see this as clear power grab, you know your aunt just likes emotionally destroying people, and politics is simply the vessel to do it. You walk from your rooms towards the inner heart of the castle. Most portraits artistically veiled with thick, dark fabric loom over you. What was the point of having so many portraits of your mother hanging in the halls if they were going to be covered up anyway? Why not just have them taken down? You already know what you would see. Gold and green and grief. You ignore them steadfast as you walk faster into the court. The massive stone door, gilded, ethereally white, spun with gold and silver, is already open, and a small trail of people enter as a smaller trail leaves. 2 guards manage the doorway as you walk past the line and into the throne room. You hear one whisper to the other, "Do we announce the king's arrival, Gloom?" Did he ask? No. So remain as you are, Kaji. We're not the herald. Shout out to Lord Gloom and Kajirat.
Yep. Play
more
my
guards,
card. Basically, most people ended up being a card.
Makes sense. You didn't get to see a good look at the throne room last time you were here. You were a bit preoccupied with the whole divine incineration thing, but now that you have a chance, you can only admire it. The entire room is carved out of the same ethereal material of the door until you reach the ground where it turns to diamond glass encasing lava. The moving magma is almost too bright to look at directly, but it bathes the room in red light, reflecting from the white that paints the rest of the throne room. The diamond glass keeps the lava from melting anyone, but it doesn't erase the heat. Each and every step against the glass feels like putting your foot next to the edge of a fire. Perhaps that's why all the petitioners are fine with waiting their turn, being able to stand on a long, zigzagged obsidian and gold rug that ends at the middle of the throne where the current petitioner stands. 2 sets of 8 rings made from white marble circle the left and right of the petitioner's position on the edge of the throne room. The left platform represents the 8 rings of the capital, holding all of your current court officials from their scribes to the... Rainbow, why you do this to me? From the scribes to senescals. Senestials? Senestials. To your steward. It remains a fairly full platform, although with notable gaps between your staff. You don't recognize any of them, specifically from your welcoming committee, but they most definitely recognize you. Each of your steps causing a different official to double take. Some whisper to their neighbor, while some bow their head in deference, and some simply stare. Look at us, Raffle. Everybody's at 90 right now.
Ooh, it's court politics. They get everyone.
Yeah. The right platform represents your vassal, the nobles of Cinadore, and those who are rich enough to buy themselves a seat. Unlike your staff's platform, this one is far more decorated with house sigils and gemstones and holds a few people. You suspect you'll see more at your coronation, or rather, you should see all of them, or at least a representative from each family. You're trying your best to remember everything patched together from your tutors and your aunt. It's not an easy thing to be burdened with, but you're supposed there is no better teacher than practice. You're here, you're willing to learn, and you'll ideally be able to claim any mistake as a practice run for when you actually become the king. Or so you hope. There was a weight on your shoulders and a tightness in your stomach, but you tried to not let it show on your face as reality wraps around you tightly. This is your throne room. This is your court. These are your subjects. It's time for you to play your part. You steel yourself and sidestep the petitioner still in her place. There in front of you is your Aunt Avia and the throne. She is standing on the 8th step on the same level as your highest ranked nobles and most important officials, but the ninth remains empty, holding only the throne. Your throne, a giant golden throne, gold melted from the original Elonic throne and carved into a display of shards and spikes pulling towards the sides where lava coursed through like blood into a heart. Behind the throne itself lies the pool of lava where the Cinder King rests. The lava sluggishly moves and wavers as blasts of fire escape from it. You doubt the Cinder King is currently in the throne's pool based on how you nearly melted last time he was in them. Still, the jets of fire behind the giant spike throne made for terrifying visage. It was a throne made for the Cinder King after all. You sat in once before when you were little. The memory floats into your mind like a dream. You don't remember why you were alone at the time, just that you were and that you had cheerfully decided that seeing your mother was the best course of action. You remember toddling up to the throne and then stifled giggles from the officials, the confusion of the nobles, and the captain of the guard, who had taken her position interrupted with a good sense of humor. Your mother didn't stop court to send you off, simply picked you up, pulled her glittering gold cloak to the side of the throne, and bundled you up in softness instead of the spikes of the throne. You remember curling into her side, feeling pleasantly warm and enthralled by the shininess of her emerald green earrings. You remember admiring them with wide eyes, captivated by their gleam. You remember lifting your head from the cocoon of softness to where they dangled, and then you recall on instinct that you attempted to eat them. Yeah, the magic within the earrings didn't enjoy, and you remember being zapped for your troubles. You distinctly recall that didn't stop you from trying to eat it again. Then the
Because you
warm...
ate the mushrooms very. That's the whole cutscene is based on your impulse level.
I'm very impulsive. Actually, let me finish this. Then the warmth took over, your eyes had grown heavy, and you simply snuggled closer to your mother, safely asleep in the most coveted seat of power, protected by the most powerful person in the land, someone you once thought was untouchable. The memory, sweet as a dream, suddenly sours, and you push away to focus on the here and now. You climb the steps of the throne, silence aside from your steps echoing in the throne room. Your eyes flicker to Aunt Avia, who meets yours, a myriad of emotions going through them: sadness, pride, frustration, joy. You watch your aunt's hands twitch, and you're not sure if she's going to hug you or strangle you, when suddenly, for the first time in your life, she does neither, and curtsies, with her head dipped down in respect. You hear, rather than see, everyone else in the court follow suit. Aunt Avia remains bowed, but hear her whisper to you, "I'm glad you're here, hobo." You smile faintly, but remember that you can say anything. Before you can say anything, your aunt rises and exclaims loudly to the entire court, "Your Highness, we welcome you to your esteemed court. What dedication to see you take time out of your recovery to check in on us." There is mutters of approval, and your aunt tilts her head to the throne, gesturing for you to sit. You step up one final time, turn, and rest to the throne. It's simultaneously bigger and smaller than you remembered. Aunt Avia looks up to you and flashes you a pleased smile, before saying in a low voice, "Hobo, are you ready for all this court has to offer? I'll help you out as much as I can, but I should warn you, this is a vicious court where even with most of the elite still arriving, there's going to be a lot of people trying to shape and influence you into what they want to happen, push you into a scandal." Damn, the two of you are really just like neck and neck in it. Between Raffle and Lissy.
I know, yeah. I was
see
just like, let me
who
try it again
wins.
just in case. Is it 3 for 3?
What do I need to do then, you ask in the same low voice. Think of it like navigating a maze. You need to avoid scandal and follow what will give you approval. Your aunt pauses for a second. If you're successful in reaching a verdict for these petitions, you'll be able to use the court influence for your own gain and become more strong in your values. Whichever way they lean. Well, we know which way one leads. If not, well, you're just going to have an exhausting political headache to deal with. And how am I going to navigate this maze, you ask, glancing at the petitioner who is still waiting and beginning to fidget absently. Use your MOUSE, Aunt Avia whispers. Manners, oblation, ubiquity, skepticism, economics, other letter. As you stare dumbfoundedly at your aunt's acronym, she instead turns back to the petitioner. "Where are we, Nat? It is of no concern of mine whether your family has..." What was it again? The petitioner, Nat, blinks before offering up hesitantly, Food? Ha! You really should have thought of that before you became peasants. Shout out to Yzma from Emperor's New Groove.
And Avia is just Yzma. Abby has Yzma vibes. I'm sorry.
I love that. Pull the lever, Gronk.
Pull the lever, you resist the urge to
Felix would make a
sigh
good Gronk.
and squirm from the emotion damage from your aunt. You instead prepare yourself for the maze that is avoiding scandal and following your now very attentive court approval, reaching a verdict for each petition. You're still not sure what kind of advice use your mouse is, but you'll suppose you'll take what you can get. Ready to navigate the maze? Time for a minigame, everybody.
Ready? I had.
Reach the verdict in 10 seconds. I don't know when the timer started. We went for it.
The second you clicked. The second you clicked.
Oh, good to know. Next petitioner, Your Highness. And your aunt asked a please smile on your face. The music got so digital. Hang on. My ears.
It's gonna be like that for a while.
Your aunt asks you a please smile on her face as you successfully give your verdict. Your court officials reflect your aunt's mood, seeming satisfied, while the nobility makes an effort to compliment and praise your obviously well thought out verdict. The line of petitioners shrinks just as little as your next subject appears. You can keep going like your aunt suggests, but you could also end your court session on a high note. No one will say anything. After all, you are not meant to be doing the full session of court yet. Simply appearing and giving them a taste of the future role is good enough. Let's go again. Next petitioner. 10 seconds. Approval, 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 approval. Oh, corner. Did it. Is this the same text?
Yeah, same exact
same text. Okay. All right. Again.
3 for 3.
Oh,
Can
God.
you do it?
Oh God. This one's tight. It's so tight. Oh God. Did we do it? We did it. Okay.
I just
Finally,
zoned out and all I
you've
hear
hit your
was Ray
limit for the
yelling,
final
"It's so
royal
tight,
court.
it's so
I
tight."
can't hear anything over the music. I'm sorry. It's so loud in my
You
ears.
can turn it down.
Not in the game.
Take your headphones off.
I love it because
Finally,
I can't hear the music.
you hit your limit
so
from the
it's just,
royal court.
Sounds like Ray's just yelling in
As
the
you end your court
silence.
session, your aunt dips her head in acknowledgement and escorts you from the throne room into the hall, just far enough out of sight so no one hears or sees her practically dance on the spot gleefully. Your subjects are as happy as those hounds Eminette keeps. Hell of a job out there. Aunt Avia grins. This is everything I wanted for you, my sweet hobo. You're going to be the greatest king this kingdom has ever seen. You smile tiredly at her as she links her arms around you, taking you down to the hall. At least someone has the energy to be excited about your accomplishments. Okay, I can hear again. That was so strong. Hi,
Sorry,
Tossel.
I didn't know how to. Hey, Tossel, you missed your scene,
You did miss your scene.
or at least one of them.
You'll probably show it again. Let's do a shout out for Lord Gloom showed up. So what were you guys saying? Couldn't hear anything. I saw that Lissy was talking, and I straight up just could not hear her.
Oh god.
It's fine. It's just I could hear your voice just shouting, but for me, I can't hear the music, so it just sounded like you're like, I can't hear anything in the silence.
Me and Lizzie sitting here in silence.
Yeah, we're just like in silence, just like, and he's just like, music.
Oh man. After your time in the royal court, whispers are already beginning to flood the hall, washing over the servants and dipping their way down into the city. You hear a couple snippets as you make your way back to the room, and you can form a gentle consensus of what people are saying. It's unbelievably high praise. You think you would have needed to do more than answer a few petitioners and solve the puzzles of the people to have earned the time and praise, but you're hardly going to complain. You gather that most people had low expectations of you, rightfully so, and adjusted their standards accordingly. However, you've chosen to blow them all out of the water. Blow them out of the water, Raffle. if this is how you handle yourself now, how well will you do when you're crowned? There could not be a more pleased person in the world than your aunt is right now. A bird that got to feast of worms handed to it. Well done, hobo. Well done indeed. What interesting whispers. I want to check our profile. See if that changed at all. Oh, things did change. Did they? No, things are the same. We're still
stat wise, yeah, very cruel. Yeah, no, everything's the same
Everything's
stat
about the same.
wise,
Yep.
personality wise. Because you'll need to change them on the next page. You're one tab.
Oh.
Go with what interesting whispers.
What interesting whispers. Last time Host and I in jail, probably.
Yeah, you're still there, Raffle.
There are other rumors and whispers swirling around, but there's the main consensus. As you approach a door to your quarters, your aunt waves the guard away for a moment before she speaks, a sly note in her voice. There's so much going on right now. It would not be difficult to have the court influence what they say. You mentioned using the court influence earlier, but I'm still not sure what you mean by that. You then ask curiously, or are the whispers what you meant? Of course, Aunt Avia pulls one of her long earrings back into place. Oh, congratulations, Lissy, and good job, Raffle, with 67. 6-7.
Oh boy.
How dare you?
He did it, not me. It's a risk you have to take. Best piece of influence you can have your court wield for you is these rumors. You might be divinely destined to inherit the Cinder Shard crown, but you only have so much power as the people want you to. We come to my point. The court influences the whispers and the rumors. She pauses for a moment. You've blown everybody's expectations, and I hope you will continue to do so, which gives us 3 whispers in your favor. The court is dying to share anything about you, so this will be easy. What sort of whispers, you ask, leaning against the door? Oh, the easiest ones right now. How people see you. I'll consider teaching you more ways in controlling the court. Blackmail is my specialty, but after your coronation. Aunt taps her index finger to her lips and winks. But I'm not getting in trouble with your uncle until after he's back home. Several hundred miles away, so he can only yell at me via letter. So you'll do with me making every whisper about you. You think for a moment and decide. Oh god, there's so many here.
It's stat time!
Unlust. Never unlust. What if we want to unlust?
Yes. So, if you do have a maxed out stat, nothing will change if you try to make it more. There's no secret 110% stat.
Damn. Okay, good to know. Let people know the fate of... Wait, when they disappoint me, let people know they can come to me with any problem. I value the truth. I will always give a truthful answer. I will be honest when it suits me. Ooh, shiny coin.
Ooh, shiny coin.
Let me consider my options carefully. Hello, random citizen. How is your day going? ... I'm thinking about the last petitioner's case. Was there something more I could have done? Maybe spread a rumor that I despise court. Okay, so looking at our stats, I believe you said there's a threshold that needs to be crossed in order to have unique chat things.
A higher stat is higher chance special dialogue options will appear.
Okay.
So, for example, right now, you're like anything that has to do with honesty or deceit, you're probably not going to trigger it because they're basically even. There's only a 10% difference between the two. You will always unlock the cruelty dialogue if there is cruelty dialogue.
Yeah,
you'll never get a single kindness.
No kindness.
Yes. You'll get most of the impulsive dialogue. And then the rest, not really. They're not too much of a difference. There'll be a few things that will tap in and tap out, but not very many. So,
right. So let's boost our outgoingness. Maybe get that up to 70 versus shy of 30.
Remember, you get 3 rumors, so you can upgrade it 5% 3 times.
Okay. Hello, random
remember to
citizen.
click return to the game.
Okay, this is the same text at the top here.
Yep, same text. So
So then
not everything will have a unique text. There's some things we gotta go.
that's fair. Hi again, Raffle. Thank you for the resub.
Oh, hi.
Did Raffle?
No,
Did
so
you
I just got-
give
I just
everyone
got
a
the
sub? But you're a
I just got the book badge. I love how it says Crab Love Watcher. It's like I watch like crab porn.
Sadly, Lizzie, you're gonna have to commission that on a different time.
Okay. I've got your number.
Yeah, the badge names are fun. Crab Love Watcher, Crab Love Sub, Crab Love Top.
Crab Love Top. That does imply that there would be a Crab Love Bottom.
It does. Unfortunately, I can only have 3 badges to give out.
Ah, shit.
Yeah. Calling the Watcher the bottom would have been funny, though.
Yeah, because I'm watching.
The Crab Love
cup chair. Yeah.
Welcome to the crab cuck chair.
Oh god. It's just oh god.
Oh, man. Sad Nico's like, I'm out. Maybe I just do all outgoing for this round. Really get that boosted. Alright. That's all the rumors your aunt can spread. It's just one rumor, really, but yeah, go ahead. She curtsies in a flourish and leaves you to enter your quarters in peace.
Actually, she would have spread 3 different rumors about how outgoing you are.
So now we're really just like 80-80 for that. Okay. We're cruel, we're outgoing, we're impulsive, we're the best ruler in the world. Quit session short left.
It fits, it fits.
Go rest. You're completely exhausted. No more strength for any extra activities this week. In fact, you should really go get some rest right now. Rest until next week.
Week 1 done!
Week 1 done! You are certain you are asleep. You recall the moment your head rested against your pillow and your eyes fell shut. You can recall the exhaustion deep in your bones, the yearning of your muscles for something soft to rest against, the slumbering satisfaction of finding the best spot in the bed. You are certain you're asleep. You drank the tea that Raina left out for you, the one she wrote in a small, what? You drank the tea that left out for you, the one she wrote in a small note that was meant to help regain your strength. You took a warm bath to wash away the grime and grease from what life has decided you must endure. You got another blanket, a softer one, from the chest at the end of your bed to cover up the scratchy wool one that was meant to keep you warm. You curled in comfort, in softness, in safety. The Fae got to the game again. Don't worry about it.
They're always in my game.
You are certain you're asleep. You must be asleep. How could you possibly be awake? No, you are asleep. You are asleep. You are staring at a golden flame. You are... Any idea what's causing this? A cliff's face. Giant rocks pouring from the roots, pouring from the rock. If she did, we wouldn't have needed X off the horse to the cliff. It looms over. Knock it off, you two.
Put your mouse.
My mouse?
Put your mouse over it, remember?
Oh yeah, this is where it like talks back. Any idea what's causing this? By the gods, what's that thing? A cliff face, giant roots pouring from the rock. If she did, we wouldn't have needed X. Contain it, stop it, kill it. We can't let it escape. Off the horse to the cliff, it looms over. Knock it off, you two. Let me enjoy my last test before retirement. Besides, I say we'll get some coffee later. Save it until we figure out what's wrong. It's killing her! Help us, help us, help us, help! There's something in front of you. Your Highness, what's wrong? I promise they will know. I won't let your hair down, Your Highness. Your Highness, no! It's impossible to describe. What kind of unholy magic is this? I can't let you do this. I will fight you, Captain. I won't allow another heir. It's a nightmare. Its body is so close to being human, but unnaturally portioned. Limbs too short, yet simultaneously too long. Bones that flex and bend where they shouldn't. Huge, big eyes with 6 horrific faces. Trapped in the reflection. Darkness spilling out of its head, its mouth open to reveal a thick row of teeth, nearly double the amount you had, and all unnaturally long. Then it screams, and you see frost across their eyes, and you're ripped apart and thrown to the cold floor of your room with a crash. You swing around wildly, lurching to your feet in a panic. Your Highness, a loud knock at the door. Speak quickly, or we have no choice but to assume something's wrong. Nothing to worry about, it's fine. You can go back. You call back feeling frantic. Oh, 100% good in here. Right, came from your disbelieving guard's voice. Do I need to fetch? No! I mean, just leave it. Nothing's wrong. It's fine. I'm going back to bed. You then flop back on your bed, leaving your 2 guards softly murmuring to each other as background noise. You can't help but reflect on your nightmare. Could that have really been a dream? All those voices, all those places, the frost, the creature. Yes, it's nothing more a dream. You choose to sleep in peace. No, there is nothing normal like a normal nightmare. Something else is going on. Oh,
What
man.
do you think, Ray?
Oh, what do I think? Was this an outlandish nightmare? It was just a dream, or was it premonitioning about my potential mother's demise?
Who could foresay?
Who could possibly know? Anyway, we're
You
choosing to sleep in
can.
peace.
Remember, every choice has a ripple effect.
Oh man. When you finally wake up, a quick glance at Reina's schedule shows you got some measurements to be taken for your coronation cape, followed by some free time after. You shake your head and banish your dream to the farthest corner in your mind, tucked next to your grief. You choose to ponder what you'll do with your free time instead. Leaving your quarters, you instantly catch sight of your guards, Fangs and Kaio, and their anxious faces. The hall is practically empty, aside from a few passing servants, so you can only assume their anxiety stems from, well, you. You know it's technically not proper or ruler-like to speak casually to your guards, but you're also not inclined to care at the moment. Something is up, and you would like to know why. You frown at them. What's up? Fangs starts exchanging a quick look at Kaio. We're a bit concerned. Are you okay? Kaio blurts out, looking regretful the moment the words leave her mouth. Hack said you were fine, but she didn't have the second sleeping shift. You said some concerning things. We weren't eavesdropping, Your Highness, or just that you were a bit loud. Fangs interrupts, but you quickly raise your hands, cut them both off. I know, I woke up to Hacks checking in, but what happened during the second sleeping shift? What was I saying? You ask, feeling anxiously yourself. You don't recall having any more dreams after you woke up from the first time around. Your guards exchange glances before Kyle offers up. Something about Rootcliffe? You kept talking like you were having a conversation with someone. Fangs frowns at the word with someone, but says nothing else to Kyle, continues. You kept talking and yelling about something called farfaded. I farted. Farfaded. You repeat yourself in confusion.
Far-faded.
What's that? We hope you would know, Fangs said weakly. You shake your head. Not a clue. If I have any spare time, thinking of imaginary words in my sleep. It suddenly occurs to you that while you were probably extremely late to your measuring appointment, you let out a string of curses which causes your guards to flinch. You apologize quickly and race off to your appointment. You have to practically sprint down the hall like your life depended on it. Dodging servants left and right. Taylor is there with your aunt and a bunch of servants, and while your aunt doesn't lecture you in front of them, you know you're in for one. After your appointment, you have some extra time, hoping to use some of your valuable free time. You decide to.
So, unfortunately, Ray, you have made the choices. Lizzie will not appear.
I was gonna say, I feel like I'm the Taylor.
Because of your choices, wow, Lizzie will not appear in this round.
Well,
fuck.
Sorry, Lizzie.
I wonder what choice it was.
I shall not say.
No.
I feel like what I've done is I slept in, so maybe using all my energy.
Oh, so you were late, yeah. Whereas if you'd woken up,
or the nightmare thing of being I'm because I feel like being now I'm gonna go back to bed would have been fine. If I stayed up, it wouldn't be an issue.
You can theorize all you wish. I shall not tell what will reveal the secrets of Lizzie.
Okay. Well, just more proof that there needs to be another run at some point.
Another run!
do a quick shout
All
out
right,
to
week
Lissy.
2 didn't glitch out. Woo!
She didn't show up, but she's here in spirit. And actually in the voice chat.
All right, what are we doing for week 2?
I feel like we got to try again with Nick, right? Or Nickel.
You can, by all means,
we
you can
gotta
go on
commit.
date 2 with Nicole.
You think about summoning your harem master, Uva Honest, and instruct her to rearrange a meeting with one of the other her harem members. You decide to see Nicole. Continue. Save. Continue.
That continue's always going to show up. Don't worry, it's just loading. It's
just
checking.
in case. Just in case. With the data range, you continue on with your duties. After some time, Uva fetches you with an intensity that feels on the same bar as a feral animal caught in a trap. You're not entirely sure why your financial and love advisor is losing her mind, but you figure that she wasn't impressed with how the last date went and is attempting to make up for it. Or at least that is what you're hoping for. You brought to the balcony of the garden, where a long table of different activities is laid out. Nicole is going through them, humming idly. There are a few purple adorned guards who you don't recognize on the balcony with Nicole, and a few more regular guards down in the courtyard below. Uva greets loudly. Nicole, have you found anything fun to entertain yourself with? Ah, there are so many choices, Nicole says, and looks up with a flutter of her lashes and a coy smile directed at you. Perhaps your highness could assist in finding something fun. You don't get to answer before Uva practically drags you to a seat in front of the long table. Of course, he has excellent taste. Once situated, your harem master pipes up that she is going to personally fetch some snacks for you, your date, and the 4 purple adorned guards who are watching with the rapt attention. Well, you have excellent taste in dates, but your eyes linger on Nicole, who still know nothing about. Could you find something you might enjoy? As much as you can with 4 guards looming over you, and Uva on a mission to ensure this date goes well in her eyes. You decide to play a game, make conversation, get enamorous. You know what? You're just gonna ask what your date wants to do. Game? Board game? It worked great last time.
Would you like to play a game?
4 cards means you definitely have enough player. Hey, 4 unnamed purple guards. I need you to be the 4th pawns in this game.
Playing poker.
A date with someone and you ask the security guards to come play a board game with you and your date.
Oh, man.
All right, what are you gonna do, Ray?
I don't know what I want to do. I feel like last time the game worked out great. Is this? Are we gonna have more than one choice though? This looks like a one choice thing. Make conversation, get enamorous. Amorous. Ask what my date wants to do. We're gonna play a game. We're leaning board games. We're leaning board game. We're playing a game. Nicole slices a puzzle-like game out from a batch and flickers a challenging smirk at you. I don't usually get to play this one. They say that the words I give are too tricky, but I'm sure you'll have no problem. How does it work? You ask as you sit across from her as she quickly sets up 5 jeweled blocks from a box on a spinner and pulls out a little quartz hourglass. Simple. I have a word in mind, 5 letters long, that you can make with these blocks. You have to figure it out before time runs out. You win. Nicole spins the blocks idly, making a clicky-clack sound. You can only make one real word, so I promise you that I won't be changing it on you. Cheating is only fun when I do it the other harem members anyhow. You can't help but let out a little laugh. I'm starting to see why you don't get to play this game very often. Nicole gasps, putting a hand to her chest. How dare you? I'll have you know I'm a delight. You can ask anyone around the castle. Knock, 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 no, no.
No cap. It's no cap.
No cap. Shout out to no cap. B. You notice the slight slip of the tongue, but you keep it to yourself. No cap being one of the purple guards. As Nicole drapes herself into the chair and prepares to flip the purple quartz glass. Do I get a hint before I begin? You quickly add on. since you're a delight and ever so generous. Oh, I'm definitely not generous, Nicole then hums as she taps her chin. Think something romantic. The things romance authors love to use in their... I don't read romance books, no! That seems to all the help you're getting. You settle into the game with only one goal. Can you guess the word Nicole picks for you? Alright, I'm guessing this is like
by the way, the
Wordle-ish.
timer starts when you click start puzzle, so brace
buddy.
yourself.
Oh no. A 5-letter word about romance. Experience. Okay. Are we ready? I might need help. I'm not gonna lie.
Or is this a fake smart
Oh,
book?
either you do it or you fail. That's the options.
Oh,
No
God.
help here. Chat can shout out if
Do
they
I
what
have
they
to
think, but
actually
only I
type?
know the answer. No, it's a
Okay.
spinner. You spin.
I spin. Okay. Start puzzle.
Metaphorically.
Oh, it's down here. Oh,
Okay.
shit. Oh, the letters are slightly... God, what word am I making? What is happening? Frogs. Foams. Guess. That didn't work. Okay, I guess I have to make another word.
Foams.
Dwar-
It is most definitely a real word.
Court. How house Faust. Nope, not a word. Okay. Douse. I don't think it's O.
Faust. So romantic when stuff's Fausty.
Hey, heart. Oh shit. Oh no, I see the thing. Hang on, restart. Well.
I feel like I should be worried.
Hi, Carrie.
I can't breathe.
Well, that
Romantic books. Faust.
Faust. Something popped up there. I didn't see it. I
We need to read more
clicked
books,
in it. It was like time's up.
So,
Oh well.
so this game, it's password from keep talking and no one explodes. That's all you gotta do. You just gotta find a real word.
I was
bud.
looking
That's
for a
all.
word. I kept tipping, there were a lot of
Phones.
options there.
I know.
I found the word heart at the end there. It could have been heart. I'll be honest with you.
my God.
I was looking to see if there was a U in the second slot at the beginning. I was gonna say fucks across it, but it didn't. It wasn't an option.
Yeah, heart was the answer there.
Oh well. With the close to your date with Nicole, I wish I read what that last thing said, but
Oh, spice is
I
a good
mean-
one. I thought a more, maybe.
If you'd like to save scum and try it again, you may, but it will be a different word.
oh, if it's a different word, maybe let's try it.
Or I think it will. I actually have never saved scum the dates before. I usually just succeed.
Oh well, I don't have that luck. All right, so
It
we're gonna
helps
go
I know
into
the
it.
answers.
I also want to say I didn't know I had to scroll down further. I clicked start puzzle thinking it would bring me to another
I
page.
told you at the beginning you'll have to scroll at some time.
All right, I clicked the puzzle, the button. We're
All right.
going. All right, the
Let's
word
go.
heart is not an option this time, so I really do have to try to find another word now.
Oh,
Yummy, yippee, yippee. Come on, yippee, yippee.
Yippee
Nope,
is very
not yippee.
romantic.
I'm looking.
Is it still a
Kites.
romance book?
Is it?
I just pick the top
Yeah,
25 words used in
Chase.
romance books.
not Chase. I'm still gonna fail this one. Moans, Morse.
Romance
Moist.
books, not smut books.
I was gonna say, is it
Moist.
still romance?
Is it moist? It's not moist.
Not smut. Not smut. Romance.
What is this? I failed
It's a
anyway.
test on if Ray is romantic, and I'm just like, oh no.
Well, apparently his first instinct is moist.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, chase is a real word, but it's not a romance word.
Music's loud again.
At least I hope not.
Well,
Good
this
God.
is the scene that we skipped
Unless you
accidentally
like
last
being
time anyway.
chased.
So we get to see it again.
Well, you didn't get to read it.
That was the plan all along.
Exactly. It takes an awkwardly long time for you to admit defeat. Nikel simply lets out a small sigh. Well, you gave it your best shot. That's all anyone can ask for.
Chase the girl.
After the date doesn't go poorly, but it can't be said that it goes wonderful. Conversations slow down, things grow awkward. And by the time Uva finally arrives with snacks, you claim that you have something very important to do now that you forgot about. Do I not get a snack?
You don't get a snack!
Nikel instantly backs your claim,
No
citing
snack for
something that you must definitely didn't mention to her, but you appreciate the small show of support nevertheless. Uba looks torn that you didn't get to have the specially prepared snacks, but she can't argue with the king. No! You escape with a flush on your cheeks and the innate desire to throw yourself off the top of the castle wall that comes with embarrassing yourself in front of your date. And 4 other guards. Yeah, 4 guards just saw everything happen in front of them. They witnessed the entire train wreck. Actually, perhaps you might just drown yourself in your bath. It seems like a very reasonable course of action at this point in your life. Just cut your losses and maybe try this date again sometime. Well, we tried twice already.
Switch love interest.
We failed the game. We missed out on the snacks. The entire date was a wash.
Yes.
Not sure where we stand with her. I think we stand at top 10 gamer bonus somehow. Of 75-73. Informed consent research bonus of 55-65. Not eating Uva's specially prepared snack bonus of negative 3,186. Avoiding the red flags bonus of the fact I can't fucking know. I don't know words. Worst minigame for me to potentially get. Harem jealousy bonus. Nikel's affection bonus is ×0. Total grade score of F negative.
Yeah.
It's going over like those go not hashtag not my king.
This is how the rebellion sets. Our king at
score,
17 fumble.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't think Cal might be the right person. I mean, you could attempt date 3 and see if you can clutch it then, but
Gonna have to try to lock in. It feels like hours pass before your next bit of free time. When you finally get a chance to rest, you take only a few moments in your quarters, lounging on your enormous bed and staring at the large teardrop crystal chandelier until it feels your body willing to move again. Guards only let a bespectacled servant in to deliver you some food, which does great things for your mental health. Not so much to combat this exhaustion. Eventually you take the rest where you can find it and decide to...
What shall we do next?
We haven't improved our skills as a rogue yet. Let's do that.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Now, this will be different from the last time we did it, so...
True.
Because you're on a different path.
You grab your crossbow from on top of your dresser to set off to train. You make your way to the training yard, from your room down to the courtyards, and towards the eastern side of the castle, past the garden. The training ground is surrounded by high castle walls with targets painted on the side, patchwork dummies and empty cages shoved carelessly into the corner, and the dirt is unevenly scuffed as if there was a recent fight. It is eerily silent when you arrive, so you can hear when Reyna approaches on the other side of the training ground from the opposite archway, something squeaking alongside her footsteps. When you finally see her, she is wheeling a heavy wagon with a cage on it, almost like a recycled prisoner cart, with heavy sheet thrown over the top. Something that rattles and shakes the cage. You were a little surprised to see her, as you mentioned nothing of your intention to train today. Your Highness, she bows to you as she lets go of the wagon. I'm pleased to see you are dedicated to your training. It shows a great deal of your character. In what way, you ask, as you approach Reyna, cautious of the wagon still growling behind her. Any king worth his salt must be capable of defending his crown, especially one as powerful as the Cinder Shard crown. A true treasure worth fighting for, your highness. She unfolds herself from the bow to stand by your side, gesturing to the cage. And my gift to prepare yourself for defending your greatness is a new menagerie of beasts to kill. Menagerie? There's more? You hear the beast growl from inside, almost drowning out your words, but you can see Reyna nod to your question. Oh, certainly, but not all at once. I brought you the best of the best after all. Your enemies will think twice when they see you bringing down some of these monsters. She tilted her head towards the sheets. When you're ready to fight, I'll let it go. Though, I should warn you, I didn't pick some overfed, sightless sparrows for you to fight. These are as dangerous as you are, and you're yearning for blood. I kill them, or they kill me? You grip your crossbow tighter in your hand as a cold shiver runs down your spine. Reyna looks confused. Well, of course, your highness. I didn't think you would want so easy that any weakling can take it out. I suppose I could drug it with some henbane, if you need so pathetically easy. You're right. You cut off Reyna as you square up your shoulders, refusing to let your pride be insulted. I didn't want anything weak. Bring me your strongest. I can take it. As I thought, your highness. You are to be very powerful indeed, Reyna smiled softly. I promise to make you so much stronger as you defeat each challenge. I know you'll do wonderfully. Let's do it then. We're so dead, right? Yeah.
We get your first ending. We'll see.
Woo!
Hopefully
Reyna
not. This
unleashes
is
the
the
beast
tutorial
inside the
boss.
cage. Battle time. Hobo, 20 health. Frenzied Dragonpede, 12 HP. Your turn. Choose an action. Quick attack, lower damage, always hit. Power attack, higher damage, may miss. We powerhousing. Bam. You land a powerful attack for 10 damage. The Frenzied Dragonpede attacks you for 3. My turn again. Let's go to quick attack. Boom. We defeat the Frenzied Dragonpede. Victory is ours.
That's right, Emma. The power attack has more power.
Power attack is more powerful. We read the patch notes. We win. Frenzied
It was the
Dragonpede,
tutorial
though.
beast.
Dragonpede
Yeah,
sounds
we'll find
fun.
out what a dragonpede. You can discover what they look like because that's part of the official artwork.
Ooh, official
but you have to go find their book.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I can't read.
It's 2 sentences long, Ray, and it's got a picture.
It needs to be a picture book. No words.
As you read this fanfic.
Yeah, exactly. The beast lies dead at your feet, and Reyna nods in approval. You pant heavily from exhaustion before inhaling deliberately with as much force as you can regain control of your breathing. You hear rather than see Reyna call for the servants to remove the corpse. You stagger your tired legs to the bench and slump down to rest. Reyna shifts her attention to you, her eyes combing you for any serious injuries before calling for refreshments for you. Another beast defeated. Doo-doo! Another soul dead, another challenge defeated. Reyna's promise of making you more powerful remains true. Your muscles ache, your bones ache, but there is strength in your pain. But you can still get stronger. We burn the wizard.
Once again, that's in your childhood. As 6-year-olds, you can demand that she gets burned. Your uncle is not going to let it. He can pick you up by the scruff and put you in the bathtub.
You were pretty sure that Reyna said that your energy levels would increase as time went on, but right now you feel roughly the same as when the Cinder King blasted. You didn't seem the right way of putting it, as he simply existed, but you felt pretty blasted. You get some free time before you head back, long rest, and by the gods, are you using it? It's Tossle and Hax on guard when you finally leave your quarters, and even they seem surprised that you're not going to bed, which strangely fills you with enough energy to get going faster. Last thing you do before you decide comas are fashionable for a king is...
Last thing of week 2. What will it be?
We can talk to...
By the way, remember what happens at the...
Sorry, yep, go.
Just a reminder, we know what happens on the night of week 3. Just a reminder that it might be a good idea to prepare for that mentally.
I don't know what you're talking about. We don't remember anything. And by we, I mean
Yeah,
me.
you can go investigate your mother's death.
I think investigating, it's a path we haven't taken yet. We've already know that we need to find
At the bottom.
the pale ale, air, the pale
Air.
air. I need to find some pale ale at my mother's death.
Sorry, just
This guy does not care about his mother.
he did. It's funny enough. You didn't investigate at all last playthrough either.
You sit alone in your
All right,
quarters.
first.
You sit on the edge of your bed, picking absently at a loose threads in the sheets. You sit alone with your thoughts clouded and burdened by the mess that you've inherited. It could be worse. You think wearily. At a moment, it could be a lot better. You think bitterly in response to your prior thoughts. Your mother's death weighs on you heavily, regardless of how your complicated feelings about her in life. You can't deny something is unbelievably suspicious about her death. People seem very intent on convincing you it was just an accident and nothing more when your mother was an exceedingly powerful warlock. It really doesn't add up. The Fresh Prince of Pale Air.
Oh God, I ain't ready a sequel. You can't pay me enough. I know I do this for free, but you can't pay me enough.
Literally, yeah.
You are the most familiar with the arcane arts, but you somehow doubt between the power of the Cinder King, who famously scorched most of the world, and your mother's famous warlock power, would die on a rock slide. You ponder this as you meander your way over the writing desk in the corner by the open window. You watch the curtains sway in the breeze before sitting down in the desk chair. You open the first drawer, finding that the decorative slate swirls and elegant gold locks hide how heavy the stupid thing is. It opens very slowly as you pull hard and then proceed to rummage through the parchment and spare pens before finding the key that should be with the lock. You slide the key into the lock to double check, and sure enough, it prevents you from opening the drawer with an angry click. Something's going on. You aren't sure how much your aunt and uncle know exactly, but they know something is off, or why else would they keep you from seeing the capital like a normal progression? They can't expect you to buy that it was a precaution, because that means there's a possibility of danger. Not even mentioning Raina lying to you outright about what happened to your mother. There's part of you that simply ignored this whole mess is suspicious, and everyone else seems prepared to torch your mother's corpse and burn the truth with it, letting the cinders crown you because it's easier solution instead of fucking doing something. Something rages inside you, burning through your skin and boiling your insides, not unlike how you met the Cinder King. The wind picks up, making the curtains next to you flutter uneasily as they sense your rage. Your anger scorches through each vein and nerve, and you smash your hands against the desk and wrench yourself up from the chair. You kick the cobblestone wall hard, and a sharp pain snaps you out of it. You let out a string of curse words before you limp back to your desk, picking up your chair in the process. You're on your own if you want the truth, whether it could have been an accident or something far worse. If there is a truth to discover, if perhaps this is all in your head, something you've invented out of grief, the thought is wretched and only fans the flames of your turmoil. The winds pick up again as if it was apologizing. The sweet honey fragrance of a local orchid float in gently. You remember the scent clearly on the day you left and how it welcomed you back when you finally returned back home. 1,000 ways you imagine coming home, but this is never how you imagined it. Sitting in an empty, lifeless room, knowing nothing yet burdened with everything. You certainly don't have to do this, but you dislike not knowing. Your mother was powerful, and if there was someone more conspiring to kill her, they'll come for you next. You need to uncover this before this happens, because certainly no one is going to bother uncovering your death. You current evidence, investigate. You decide you need to consider your options before diving deeper into this mess. I heard that as the thought is only wretched as and OnlyFans.
We're not inventing OnlyFans. Not in the 500s.
All right. What is our current evidence? Not all information you spot right away. Some information may require you to connect the dots, Hobo. You know the following information regarding your mother's death. The official cause of death is an accident. Your mother was said to be investigated outside the castle by Rootcliffe, Some rocks were dislodged from the cliffside. It is claimed that she was hit too hard by them and killed her instantly. 3 other casualties were mentioned, and 2 other people were injured. A knight who has forsaken his vows as penance, who you do know nothing else about, and your injured captain of the Crown's Guard draws. You know that Reyna is lying to you about your mother's death, and has been actively lying to you from the moment you've arrived. Reyna knows something, and is sharing it, and isn't sharing it with you, making her suspicious. Finished
So
reviewing.
yeah, think about the information things. Things will pop out if it is an obvious and stated fact. However, if it's not outright stated, it won't be here. So you have to do some actual inferring and stuff if you want to figure it out. Or you can just get lucky with your guessing. Should you go down the route. It is not a hard mystery to solve. I asked my mom to review it. She knows she can do it, so you can too.
All right. Well, if Mama Rainbow can do it, I feel
You have no
confident I have
excuses,
the
Ray.
potential. Yeah, that is the other thing.
To be fair,
you are
though,
dealing with
she
me.
does play Myrtle with me, so we are pretty
I love
good.
Myrtle.
What the fuck is a myrtle?
It's so good.
Liz, you're gonna be a teacher and love you here to play some Myrtle with you.
I
Myrtle.
love Myrtle, yeah.
Is it like
you
Wordle,
play
but
online?
how someone dies?
It's like puzzles
Yeah.
to figure out how someone dies, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's logic puzzles.
All right.
Yeah.
So yeah. So not everything will be stated here because it gets too obvious. You do have to use at least one brain cell to solve this mystery.
Damn.
Fuck.
That's one more than I got. I guess we better investigate.
Lizzie, give him yours.
Oh god, okay. Just
She already
Got
used
for this
yours
time, yeah.
earlier today. She was streaming and everything.
Oh yeah, but I didn't think then.
She was
just
playing
peak.
Fortnite.
She was
I was just playing peak where Dandy was just, abandoning me.
All right. Once a lead has been checked out, you may not return to it. Ensure you keep your eyes open, Hobo. Your current leads for more information regarding your mother's death. Investigate Reyna, investigate Captain Draws, investigate your mother's quarters, investigate the Mortician.
Okay, now some of these, I'll give you a little hint, are dependent on the week. Things will happen throughout the game, which means some things will close up, some things will be available.
Interesting.
So pick wisely.
Well, my brain is saying it's time to look into the Captain Draws and see what he has to say. I don't remember how Ollie spells his name either, but I think it's like this. I got it! Let's go. Shout out to Ollie, Captain Draws. You remember that Reyna said that Captain Draws was recovering from his injuries. You assume that meant he was in, the recovery rooms. But no. According to the patrolling guards you asked, Draws was in his own room. You instead ask for an escort to his quarters, and the guards happily lead you to a whole tower. You have to wait for a moment while the guards leading you to confirm that Captain Draws is awake for you to talk with you. For you to talk with you. You're left for but a moment. Wow, I'm struggling right now. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think that first sentence was hard. I think I gotta fix that one.
You're left for but a moment, and you instantly hear the sound of 2 guards bickering. You turn your head slightly to see them, rapidly approaching, but completely unaware of you. Kaya? Kaya? It's so rude. My name is 3 letters. Who misspells Kaio as Kaya? Kaio complains, waving a scroll in her hands. It's not too bad. He only took the Z of Fangs, so I can't complain. Tossel's got it worse, Fang shrugs. And Hax is misspelled completely on every single copy. But the captain isn't going to change it, so why do you want to anger him? I don't want to anger him, Kyle continues indignant. I just want the basic dignity of my name being spelled right. Oh, your highness. What's all this about your names? You tilt your head to the side. Nothing to concern yourself, your highness, Fangs says with a bow as she looks at you. Then the tower door, realizing hitting her. Just some spelling errors. We'll see the captain later. You take priority, of course. Right, Kaio agrees, but then leans in closer to you and shows you the scroll. But you gotta agree, these names are ridiculous. Kaio, Fangs, your escorts, open the tower door. What are you doing? Leaving, sir, Fangs salutes before yanking Kaio away, the scroll falling from her hand onto yours. The pair quickly hurries away, leaving you a copy of their schedule, which you decide to take with you. You don't know if it's worth returning, if it's just a copy, but what do you know? Your escort leads into the tower, and you come to the conclusion that one of your castle's towers is evidently entirely dedicated to your captain. It's completely covered in purple carpet, purple flags, and really purple everything. Even the guard's armor is purple. You're kind of getting a headache looking at all this purple. It's rather putrid in its shade. But you don't have long to think about it as you're ushered into the rooms of Captain Draw. Ah, hobo, an unfamiliar voice says from the bed, and you watch a bandaged man lift a cup of tea in greeting. Forgive me for not greeting you sooner. Although it's clear why the captain hasn't visited you yet, with bandages covering most of his chest and up his shoulders, down his arms. His legs were scarred from the bandages, but large yellow bruises paint a brutal picture on his skin. Captain Draws, I presume, you say as you take a seat in the armchair close to the bed. I have some questions. Of course you do. Humor me, though. Would you care for a cup of tea first? He asks, as he gestures to the pot next to the bed. You can't smelt
Oh,
anything.
that should be smell.
You can't smelt anything here. But the thin wisp of steam showed that it was brewed recently. Take the tea, don't take the tea. Ooh, do we take the tea? Do we not?
Now, before you decide whether or not Draws is your bestie or not, you acquired a piece of paper.
I did.
If you go to your codex, you may look at it.
Ooh, codex. Next week's schedule. Fang and Kaya, first shift. Tosser and Wax, second shift. Wax and Kaya, third shift. Tosser and Fang, fourth shift. Follow the schedule exactly. I'll accept no substitutions or replacements. Captain Draws. I love it. They took issues. No kidding. Good old Wax and Tosser.
Tosser, I thought was so funny. I know that's a stupid sense of humor.
That's great. I love it.
Just like, who's the guards assigned to you? Oh, Tosser and Wax.
Just Tosser and Wax.
Okay. So yeah, that's a feature. Anytime you get a piece of paper or a book, it will pop up in the codex.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah.
All right. Take the tea,
And
don't
yes,
take the tea.
I made that myself.
What are we thinking? Did we trust Captain Ollie just yet? Is he drinking the tea himself? Was that mentioned?
Yes, he is.
He was.
I wish there was an option to switch the glasses and drink it.
Well, he's holding it in his hands. So
Look over there!
Actually,
Swap.
I want yours. I'm taking that. I'm the king. Give me your cup.
So it's just the image of an incredibly injured man holding a cup of tea and you take it from him.
Yeah. I'm the king. I don't know if it's been poisoned.
Exactly. He's injured. We can take
He's injured. We can take it. Surely it'd be easier to take it from an injured person. You know, they can't fight back.
Oh, true. He might spit in his tea.
Whether you take
He might have some backwash in there. I don't know if I could,
Ew,
take some
no.
Ollie
Oh,
backwash.
no. 'Cause, like when Dandy almost choked on it.
Makes
Goldfish.
sick people
you know,
healthy and
cracker.
healthy people sick. Oh boy.
But Hobo is still sick though, so that would just make him better.
True. All right, we'll take the tea. We'll be kind-ish.
That's so out of character.
It does feel a little out of character. I kind of want to go back a little bit. Not gonna lie. You accept him with a yes, please, and go to reach for the teapot. But in a surprisingly fast move, the captain has lifted the teapot and gotten a cup, even with the bandages restricting his movement. Should we be moving with your injuries? You can't help but ask. I assure you, the bandages are more for the nurse's comfort than mine. Captain Draws pours you a fresh cup of tea and passes it to you. How are you holding up, Hobo? Any desire to run back to the Cavefish Manor? Also, I just want to call out Ollie, one of the blatantly British members of the community, having tea. Beautiful.
Like, Captain Draws comes from one conversation that we had together, me and Ollie, and it's beautiful.
Oh, boy.
I have timestamps of that one too.
Pouring hot tea over his face, +5 cruelty.
Jesus Christ!
That happened to like in D&D once, where it was like the option was to give him like some like a person on the ship like soup, and we rolled like a nat 1, so like Alex tripped and just like poured the whole hot tea on the person instead. He's just crying. I was like, oh no, this is supposed to be a nice gesture.
Oh man. You blink slowly as you take a sip. It's very warm and oddly spicy. No, I don't believe that's an option. Of course it's an option, he sighs. He laughs as you have some sort of jest. If you don't want to be the king, you're probably not suited for the throne. You resist the urge to frown, but only just. You don't like his tone or his implication. You're the last legitimate heir of Cinadore. Who else is going to be king then? It's not an option for me at this point, you say, leveling a firm look at him. He tips his head on the verge of mocking. Of course, your highness. Didn't mean to offend your delicate sensibilities. I want to punch him so badly right now. You shouldn't want this conversation to be over as a wave of exhaustion springs on to so. You suddenly want this conversation to be over as a wave of exhaustion springs on to so you get straight to the point. Springs on to so you get straight to the point. How did my mother die? You were here with her. Bloody Rockside, what else? He snorts. Hate to say it, your highness, but no one is immune to being bludgeoned to death by thousands of rocks, not even I. You're the captain of the Crown's Guard. How did you not notice a rock slide? You ask incredulously. Because it was some strange magic that caused it, Captain Draws frowns at you. I did warn her, you know, that running off to fix magical disturbances should be left to warlocks, and not queens. Did she ever listen? Absolutely not. So don't go blaming me for your mother's death, Hobo. I lost some good friends that day, your mother included. There's a flicker of grief that crosses his face before it settles into something vaguely neutral. What was the magical disturbance? You asked after a moment of silence. He looks at you dryly. I'm sure you noticed, but I'm not a warlock. I don't know, nor do I care to know. Leave that stuff to the professionals. You go to ask another question, but Captain Draws lets out a groan of pain. Look, I'd love to chat, your highness, but I'm in need of more rest. I hope you like your guards I picked out for you. I hope you do whatever a king does. I'll see when I'm not in so much pain. You're feeling tired too. You need a rest soon. At least you know who the captain is now. Seems you're done here. We got nothing out of him. This was a waste of time. I feel so upset now. The most we got out of him was a cup of tea.
Well, it was a spicy cup of tea.
It was
I mean,
spicy.
like,
You are completely exhausted. You have no strength left for the extra events of the week. You should really get some rest. We learned that he likes tea. We learned that Captain Draws is British. You sleep, but you don't dream. Perhaps the endless quiet leaves you more awake than you think. Perhaps the lack of dreams leaves you more on edge than you think. Perhaps it was simply luck. You hear long before you open your eyes the falling of something heavy, a cracking of crystal. Your eyes flicker over, and all you can see is your bedroom's chandelier. The sharpened spear of crystal aimed straight for you. Your finely honed agility has left you able to throw yourself off the bed and into a roll just in time to avoid the shattering behind you. You hit the stone cold floor hard, but without a scratch. You spring to your feet and spin around to see your chandelier having speared your bed almost in half. You hear someone curse, and they're in the corner of the room. You see someone quickly aiming a long bow right at you. You don't have many options, but you lunge for your crossbow on your dresser and stand your ground. You call out loudly for help from the guards outside your room, but no avail. Death is spiraling towards you in the shape of an arrow, and it's do or die, and you have no plans of dying anytime soon.
all right, Paul Time is Ray going to survive his first assassination?
Yeah, pull time. I'll set that up. Poll.
We do a prediction.
Yeah.
Bet.
Oh, we want to let's do a prediction, not a poll. That's
prediction
good.
mix. Yeah.
Everyone get your prediction, and will he survive his
Will
first
Ray
encounter? He has done exactly
die?
one training session.
Will Hobo survive? Outcome 1. No. Outcome 2. Yeah.
Excellent.
Got it. Assassination, no, this is a tragic accident. Who is supposed to be on shift right now? Hang on. What shift is this? First shift, second shift? What are we looking at here? I blame Wax. It's Wax. Second and third shift. Wax is definitely the one overseeing both. Come on. Tisk tisk. Damn, it's like
Go, go, go,
honestly-
get your votes in.
Yeah, wait for the prediction to lock in, and then we'll start the battle. Looks like there's ads also running right now, potentially. I don't know. Twitch did a weird thing with ads lately, where it claims that it's running, but it's not running. It was messing up with Mix It Up too much. Bum, bum.
It's 50-50 at the moment.
Oh, those are good odds. Yeah, all of you just got subbed, pretty much, so... pretty much guarantee you're not an ad right now.
Yeah, I know it's in ads.
I don't know if my if you can see. We're currently sitting at 68 subs, which is crazy.
Wow.
Jesus.
Woo!
It wants to be 69.
Could be 69.
Nice.
Alright, last few seconds. Get your votes in. Prediction time.
Few people say no, one person says yeah.
Alright, we're beginning the battle. Dum 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 dum.
All right.
Hobo,
Let's do
20
this,
HP.
gang.
Shadow Assassin, 30 HP. We have our two options of quick attack or power attack. We're going to go with our power again. Land a powerful attack for 25 damage. That power be powering. The Shadow Assassin
That's a
uses
crit.
precision strike for 7. We critted.
It doesn't say it's a crit, but that's a crit.
Holy power. I feel like we could just do a quick attack now and just be like, whoop. We defeated the boss of the Shadow Assassin. Victory! Screech! Woo! Well, that was a
Well,
good
there you
prediction.
go.
Woo, I lost my points.
Woo!
I mean, I totally believed in you.
Go, Emma, go.
Oh, I need to get some more water to drink. This is a lot of talking. I've been
Wait, Emma, did you
chugging.
gamble with Felix's points? Okay. Never mind, I misread that.
You're welcome for the points, Felix, and two other people.
Oh, one of them was me. I just gave my extras. Alrighty. We've made it to week 3, the furthest we've ever gotten.
One of these days, I'm gonna power attack and miss, and it's gonna come. That's the end of it. I'm only winning because I'm doing the power attack. It's a start.
Yeah, very lucky with that one, I have to say.
Yep. We survived.
That
the
would have
week 2
been, that's a
assassination.
max damage crit. So good luck. Good job.
Just don't miss, exactly.
I'm doing the math.
Did we level up? Profile? We're still level 1. We're a level 1 rogue still. You stand there panting heavy, out of breath, staring at the unmoving body of your would-be killer. You glance at your ruined bed, covered in crystal, shredded fabric where visions of you being speared open. You stumble out into the hallway blindly and look around for your guards. You find the hall empty, so you pick a direction to hobble down. and start to call out for your guards. Even a servant would do. Only your voice travels into more emptiness. You're alone. All alone. You are easy pickings after that fight with your injuries. The arrows lodged in... I only had one hit. Realistically. Come on. Although I am squishy. I took a lot. No guards. Tossers! No! Wax! You call out more in no desperation, unable to be concealed in your voice. You just need someone, anyone, to hear you at this point. The hall remains empty except for the veiled portraits of your mother that loom over you. Your mind conjures up images of her body smashed and broken under rocks, under crystal, under arrows. Your body quietly joins her, just as bloody and broken in your mind. You start to sprint as best as you can, still calling out in the emptiness as your voice breaks. You can't escape. You're alone. You're going to die. No one's coming to help. You're caught off guard by the floor suddenly exploding in a terrifying yet strangely familiar heat. Flames wrap closely around your feet, but not touching them. You freeze in place as the fires grow big and surround you, but they don't harm you. Simply hold you in place. You let yourself fall down onto your hands and knees, exhaustion overtaking you. You finally are able to catch your breath, choked as it may be. You don't know how long you're surrounded in the safety of the Cinder King, but you eventually hear footsteps beating against the stone floor, and you look up to see Reyna sprinting after a trail of fire before the floor. Fire around you extinguishes itself. She looks completely frazzled, her eyes alight with barely concealed panic as she looks over you in horror. By the guards, are you okay? What happened to you? Reyna reaches out to help you up, but quickly pulls her arm back, hissing from the heat. You do your best to explain your attack, a jumbled explanation of words, but Reyna listens intently, growing more and more concerned as you manage to get the key information out. By the time you finish your explanation, you're cold enough for Reyna to assist in helping you up. She slings your arm over her shoulder and begins to guide you forward. She mutters, reassures, and apologizes as you wince in pain. You watch her scan the hallway in confusion before she asks in a hushed whisper, "Where are your room guards? Any guards?" "I don't know," you admit faintly. "There was no one around when I left the room. You're the first person I saw." Reyna is silent for a moment, her expression going through 1,000 different changes. But she's not as guarded this time. You can see her confusion, her concern, and worst of all, a deep sense of dread. There is a door ahead of you, and you can hear laughter echoing from inside. You don't recognize this section of the castle, and part of you can't help but tense up. Reyna then says, almost casually, It was your chandelier that dropped first, right?" "Yes," you said slowly, almost confused. "Then they tried to fire their crossbow at me." "What does the order matter?" "Perhaps nothing," Reyna muttered. Eyes meet yours. Something very intense in her stare, she said. "But it would be for a most unfortunate death." There is something in the tone of her voice, the way she says it, that can't help but part for you more suspicion about what Reyna knows and what she's keeping from you. Another part of your question is why it sound familiar. Where have you heard it before? She then breaks her gaze and knocks loudly on your door. "Doctor, go alive! Nurse Cluess, we need you now." There's a heartbeat before the door opens and Nurse Cluess takes one look at you before chaos explodes. You're rushed into the closest bed. A cloth is washed over your body to get the copious amounts of blood off of you. Somebody presses a flask to your lips and you drink instantly, recognizing the painkiller within it. Exhaustion has caught up with you. Look at Reyna, who pulls a flask away from you, and you manage to get out. "I know the Cinder King brought you to me, but thank you anyway." There is a sliver of heartbreak that can't be hidden fast enough before Reyna says the most gentle you've ever heard her. "That wasn't just the Cinder King. I wouldn't survive if that was the case. No, that fire was yours. His power, your will. As is the right of the heir. You're just lucky that happened where he could reach you. Rest now, though. I need to speak to the captain." Reyna then leaves, and you're unable to keep yourself awake much longer, falling asleep to the noise of Dr. Golav and Nurse Cluess's emergency medical care. Flask! No flash! We. I don't know if I can. Hopefully, I spelt this right. Shout out to Kokoro.
Who gave me incredibly did not know I was going to turn her into the doctor. And again, this game is so old. This was back when Kokoro didn't go live.
Yeah, this goes back to before Kokoro was a streamer. Dr. Go Alive. Dr. Go Live.
And that's yes.
I rest.
Congratulations, you made it to week 3.
Yay! We survived. When you
How many weeks is there?
We're at the halfway.
Nice.
6 playable weeks plus the 7 epilogue week.
Ooh.
When you awake in the recovery rooms to about 12 dogs surrounding your bed. Your uncle slumped asleep in the chair next to you, and your aunt's low voice talking with someone just behind the privacy screens, blocking your bed from the rest of the recovery rooms. You strife a groan and strain to hear the conversation. And that means what? We might have been expecting assassins, but the fact that someone got in is beyond unacceptable. I didn't think when my dearly departed queen died, I would have to watch her son die too, your aunt's voice hissed out. You recognize Captain Draw's voice in return, sounding far more strong than from when you last heard him. I didn't intend for this to happen. The last thing I wanted is for Hobo to get hurt. I don't know if I can afford to believe that. You're out of commission for weeks because you couldn't protect the queen, and then when you finally get back into command, Hobo almost dies. Aunt Avia practically snarls at the last word. You're either incompetent or far more comfortable than regicide than I believed you to be. I'll find out who did this. Your aunt practically screeches like a banshee. Find out! Find out! What do you mean, find out? Has anybody been working on the... Captain Ollie's voice goes sharp. Regardless of what you think of my command, Lady Avia, there is more going on in this castle that requires my urgent attention. I see you do a great job of being the concerned aunt, but in the now 4 weeks that you have been here, I have yet to see you lift a finger and help in the defense of your young king. Too busy enjoying your courtly endeavors. I wonder why. This conversation is over, your aunt says. And then... when you don't quite remember, there's pain, an old friend at this point, and you fall back into your dreams, and you know it's a dream as the pain leaves you gently. You're sitting next to a warm fire that doesn't flicker, even in the wind. Strange foliage surrounds you that you recognize vaguely, as all sorts of ghost plants, flowers, mushrooms, tall grasses, but they're missing their ghostly hue. They're all, well, rainbow-colored? Frankly, you don't no idea what this dream is about. So you just decide to focus less on the fantastical foliage and more on the fire that remains perfectly still as it is waiting for you. Then it's like it's been caught. The fire bends to the will of the wind, you know, of one deity that has control over flames that would speak to you again. Seek answers through the Singer King, or you're not interested in the Singer King hurting you again. Ooh, okay, tough call.
What? Tough call.
We did kind of promise allegiance to the seer, which would require rejecting the Singer King, probably. But the Singer King did just save our ass.
Up to you, Ray. It's your playthrough.
It's my
Only you can decide.
Only I can decide. If only.
Mm-hmm.
If only there was a way to play this game multiple times.
What?
That's right. No, this is your canonical playthrough, Ray.
I'm not interested in the Cinder King hurting me again. Turning away. Dun dun dun.
All right.
We made a decision. You're impossibly tired. Turns out nearby being assassinated does come with a heavy drawback on your body. Who would have thought? You can maybe manage to do one more thing before you desperately need some non-murdery rest. You take a swig of some of your pain medicine from your bedside and think how you want to best use your time. Damn, we only have 1 energy right now? We only have 1 energy!
You almost got killed!
I almost got killed!
Takes a lot out of you.
Oh,
I mean, I don't know anything about that.
So much. I want to try again with Nickel, though. You know, we failed last round. Do I waste my entire week 3 trying to get with Nick?
I mean, you can't.
What would Hobo do?
There's nothing stopping you.
What would you? Maybe he'll take pity on us. How much do you want that ass? It's a harem. We're going for it. All right, Nikhil. Okay, hang on.
Good
We're
God.
long
TV
Well,
past
screen. I gotta save
intervention
again.
time, Felix.
Okay.
I mean,
I almost died. You know, there was an assassin. I just barely crawling out of bed because I'm so low energy. Nick, how you feeling?
You gotta get that ass.
Okay. Before you can summon Uva to arrange your next date, there's a musical-like knock on your door. You open it to see Nikhil, who glances up through long eyelashes. Always the long eyelashes. She smiles coyly at you. Well, hello, your highness. Hello? You say, surprised to see her here. What are you doing here, Nikhil? I was hoping to catch you when you had a moment, she says, now leaning against the open door. I was hoping to grab you for another date. Something a little less Uva planned and a little bit more spontaneous. This is so anti-Nick. The IRL Nick is like, I need a plan. We're not doing anything spontaneous. I'm not going anywhere unless it's already set in stone a week ahead of time.
yeah, but Cal still has a plan here, just not one of Uva's plans.
Yeah. So what do you have in mind, you ask, rather surprised that Nikhil was interested in another date after how the last one ended. Oh boy, yeah. More board game! I like something more exciting, more adventurous, certainly more private. She extends a graceful hand out to you. What do you say to a date in the catacombs? Gives you some pause. Images of a dusty old tomb fill your head. The catacombs? She laughs. Trust me, it's more pleasant than whatever you're imagining. Let's go. I'm down for it. Bone it in the boneyard.
Not gonna lie, if there was good architecture, I'd say yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You sneak down into the catacombs with Nikhil. Rainbow, I don't like the way that you're fake laughing.
You're too much of a himbo. It's okay.
I couldn't even understand what you were saying there.
It's so good. Just here we go.
You sneak down into the catacombs with Nikhil, who eagerly guides you around your dead ancestors' remains. She brings you to a statue of some ancient aunt of yours and barks out a laugh. Can't believe this is the only place where you see statues. Honestly, you'd think the city would have more of them. I'm not even sure who she was, you say, looking at the ancient plaque. How am I related to them again? Oh, they were some consort kid, I'm sure of it. Nikhil waves her hand dismissively. Hence why they're buried down here, where no one can see the lesser children. Give an awkward laugh at what you think is Nikhil joking. She flashes a grin at you before grabbing your hand and practically yanking you to the next statue. Onward you go. Alright, I don't think there was anything here being like, oh, this is a statue of a specific person we know. So Nikhil says to you, Nikhil says as you two take a rest on a bench I can't read anymore, I'm sorry. It's right next to a canal of water in the catacombs that Nikhil had gleefully explained is from the man-made pond above. You have to take her at her word as you're distracted by a strangely sharp, heavy smell that seems to be all around you now. You focus back on Nikhil, who says, I have a question for you. I might have an answer, but no guarantees, you quip in response, which makes Nikhil laugh. I'm trying to piece together what kind of man you are. She makes an exaggerated show of looking you up and down. Aside from pretty. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So good. No, I think that's my best quality. You wiggle your brow at her, and Nikhil whacks you lightly on the arm. Then tell me your second best quality. She pulls something from under the bench, a perfectly lovely candle and a match. Tell me while I try to get some mood lighting going. I'm more of a boy, really. You think about it for a moment and go with. Oh boy. Okay. I always get what I want no matter what. I remain a paragon of virtue. I don't know. I'm just me, I guess. Ooh. Okay, very clearly we don't have the ability to pick these options that are not here as an option. So. I always get what I want no matter what. How lovely, your highness. Nikhil smiles at you before passing you the candle and match sheepishly. My attempt at getting some mood lighting is failing. Mind doing it for me? She gets off the bench and moves to sprawl on the ground right next to the canal and poses. I'll just be eye candy, help motivate you. You smile, then cough a little as that heavy smell invades your nose. You ignore it and begin to strike the flimsy match to burn the candle. It takes you a couple of attempts, but then there is a flame, and you watch almost in slow motion as Nicole rolls backwards into the canal and the match explodes into a fireball. There is nothing. This is the end for you. Damn! Nick killed me! Your lovely date creates an incredibly effective sob story about how you tragically died in an accident. It is shockingly how well they're able to avoid suspicion, with any whispers of possible murder being shut down almost as quickly as they were spoke. Right? No one mourns the loss of you. No one is allowed to. Not when someone else is so keen on taking your place. In the end, your legacy is that of a tragedy. History will speak of a young would-be king who died long before he got the chance. What might he have done with his life if only he had lived? The questions are asked, but no one, not even those who love you most, will ever have an idea of what you could have become. In the end, you don't know what happens next. Your body is burnt, your ashes scattered, and you are dead and cold. Ever so cold. In the end, you are burnt and betrayed by love. You have completing ended B. Burnt betrayal. Woo! Woo! He lived as he died, chasing that ass. Exactly. Wow, the smell's getting really bad. Let me make a fire. I don't have any education.
By the way, that's a famous death that happened in Britain where 2 kids went underground and there was a broken gas pipe. And they attempted to light candles to create some mood lighting for their, romantic time, and they killed themselves with a fireball.
Dang.
So it's a real thing.
Woo. Anyways, on the candles, eh?
Yay! We died. Let's go. We got an ending. Credits.
That's why I started laughing, because I'm like, oh god, he does not have a high enough love with the cow.
Damn it.
She's laughing, being like, you're gonna die.
Let's end the day.
Like there's no way.
No, apparently it is be better at board games and you'll live. That's the lesson of the day.
Actually, you can completely fail all the mini games, and still get a good endings.
Even better credits. Big thank you to everyone who made the tutorials, free templates, free codes to help build this little story. Huge thank you to our community, because I love you and you're all amazing. And all my love and thanks to Ray for letting me do this. Thank you, Rainbow, again, for going way out of your way to make this whole thing.
Right. For you, the world.
You've gotten me through the last few years of my life, which have been extremely tough, isolating, and stressful. It has always been such a nice needed break to be able to come into your streams and crash out over the tiny things of fun, solve puzzles together, and laughing so hard my ribs hurt. I hope your ribs hurt right now, in a good way. I hope that this silly little story helps convey how much I adore you and how thankful Rainbow Avian. Man, this is going to be embarrassing if the first time he reads this is after a stupid test.
Yeah! She did! Of course it was going to be a stupid death.
She knew all along. Coding tutorials, other credits, images. We never found any of it. Well, we found the one note. I guess
you found my one piece of art.
Hi, Avi. Turns out Rainbow was the seer all along.
You know where it went wrong? When he didn't go to the tailor in time.
Yeah.
That too. Yes, but I said Lizzie would recognize the 3 fates there. I don't know if she would now, but if we see them again, hopefully we will.
I feel like I did the first time. And then I forgot.
All right, round 2?
Hers, right?
Yep, the 3 fates are from Lizzie's.
Yeah, Lizzie, the fanfic that Rainbow wrote for Lizzie.
Yeah.
It's all connected.
All connected.
When I asked Rainbow for maybe just a short blurb fanfic, and she makes a whole game.
Yeah. I mean, have you noticed my status? Why do all my fan fictions always end up as full novel?
I understand.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, we can do take 2. I don't know how far back you saved. We can
I
still try
don't. I don't know if going back to that point is going to be worth. I
We
saved
just wouldn't go on a date, innit?
I don't know how far back you saved.
I think the last save I had was going on the date again. Was this the?
Up to you, or you can try a brand new playthrough if
Give
you
it a
like. You can skip some
star.
of the reading too.
What, one playthrough was like 3.5 hours-ish? So
I was gonna say, like, we didn't even make it halfway through the game technically, and it was about 3.
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, we only made it to like
No,
yeah.
no, week 3 is halfway. Week 3 is the halfway mark.
The one thing I did in week 3 though killed me.
Well, actually, what you did in weeks 1 and 2 led to you dying in week 3. You fumbled too badly.
All right, let's try going back. Let's see what this last save I had
It's
was.
been a while, like it's been like a year or 2, yeah.
Oh, this is the save of me going into the catacombs.
Maybe we don't do that one.
Maybe we go back one more.
One more.
Well,
But the music might scratch out, so I'd actually quickly go kill yourself again. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the music's gonna do because saving glitches it out.
Oh my god, I have to do the
we're
game
back to
again.
week
No.
2. You don't have to pick the game. You can do something else.
I have to redeem myself. I'm gonna try it one more time. I need to redeem.
Okay.
You know, I gotta prove I know 5-letter words. He was so bad at keep talking, so he exploded. Exactly. All right, 5-letter word. These letters? Oh my gosh. Slurp, slurp, slurt, slurn, slyan.
Top 25 romance words is not going to be slurp.
Cream. Crush. Cruise. Pure. Cane. Crut. I'm so bad at this. This is not happening. Do I have the heart option again? Heart? Is heart one? Heart. Submit. We got it!
He did it!
Woo, you solved
I don't know
it!
how to feel about this.
Jesus. How much time do I get for this thing? What did it say?
You get a minute.
1
to
minute.
solve it.
Okay, alright, well, we did it. Look, I was panicking, Emma, okay? I can't help. I'm like flicking through the letters being like, what can be a possible thing? Gotta hope it's hard every time. I just gotta be like Rainbow and be like, boom, got it immediately. I know exactly what word it's gonna be. Oh, man. Nikel sits up from her draped pose with an excited start, clapping her hands together in applause. Well done, Hobo. I'm impressed you actually solved it. Did you think I wouldn't? You tilted your head to the side. I'll have you know that I do possess some modicum of thought in my head most of the time. Blatantly lying to your date is always the best way to impress them.
In this timeline, you do have some thought.
Oh, I could have done yearn too. Oh, you're so right, Felix. I wasn't paying attention. I was just flicking. I was like, I gotta find some sort of combination that could happen here. Nikel swoons dramatically, hand to forehead. The people of Cinadore save the king who thinks. The Cinder King is too good to us. Indeed he is, Uba's voice calls out. Are you finished with the game? I brought some snacks. Snack time! You turn your head to the door and carefully balance a tray upon her. What? You turn your head to the door and carefully balance a tray upon her head, shoulders, and hands are several
That should
different
be Uva.
varieties of food.
Say again.
I'm confused.
Okay, I'll have to fix that later.
Nikhil looks to you for a moment, face considerate, before standing up and moving towards Uva in a glide. We might do another round or two, but pass them over. I wouldn't want Hobo to starve. We get to eat snacks!
There should be a she's carefully balancing a tray.
Uva carefully passes a platter of small speared fish to Nikhil, who carefully maneuvers them out of the way of the game, but still in reach. In the meantime, the guards not so discreetly move towards Uva with her remaining trays of snacks and begin to take some for themselves. You have a moment or two of privacy with just Nikhil, who takes one of the speared fish and starts nibbling at you. My brain is just thinking of like nibbling on like a sardine. Like, ew.
I mean, you can.
I can get another game going in a moment, she says, chewing and reaching for another speared fish. But I don't get food like this that often, so you'll need to give me a moment. There's no rush. You pause for a moment as you consider the options. Ask about Nikhil or go for a kid. She literally just ate a fish.
Your choice.
Would you love me even if I still have fish breath? Hang on, I'm making another save.
Oh, good God.
As for Nikhil, go for a
Love will
kiss.
not save you from the fireball.
I didn't say that. Someone else in chat said that. I said you can fail all the board games and still get a happy ending. That's not the same thing.
I want to go for the kiss. Do we go for the kiss? She has fish breath. She's literally nibbling on a fish. I'm gonna do it. I'm going for it.
Okay.
We're doing it. We leaned in. We're impulsive. We're outgoing. There's a moment where, as you move closer to your date, and even romantically inclined as you are, there is something that pauses for a moment as you watch something flicker across her face. Nikhil then smiles coyly, hoping to get something sweet out of me. Perhaps I am, you say, but before you could come up with something far more flirtatious, something to enchant your date, Nikhil is already showing the 3 guards where the door is and instructing them to keep Uva away. She slams the door shut with a heavy and decrepit sounding bang. She hums a little tune and slinks like a cat away from the door into the garden's room, leaving you on the balcony in a strange sort of spell. There's a moment where you're not entirely sure what to do, but Nikhil calls out to you. Are you joining me, or are you sitting on the balcony until the second scorching? You spring onto your feet and enter the garden's room again. The absurdly sized bed holds Nicole lounging in her tight snakeskin dress, and she crooks her finger at you. Come closer, your highness. Don't get shy now. You come closer, your feet light on the smooth floor, and your head spinning at the sudden mood shift. You come even closer, sitting on the edge of the bed, inches away from Nikhil. You take in that oh so lovely sight of a beauty who desires you. You come to a realization. Why is Nikhil moving away so quickly? Only 3 guards left the room. Where's the 4th guard?
Which, by the way, Emma said that in chat long before we even scrolled down to that. I got Uncle Emmett is so smart. I'm not wrong when I characterize that.
Where's the 4th guard?
Yeah, about that.
You come to your realization too late as Nikhil suddenly springs away that you only saw 3 guards leave the room, and the 4th has currently sunk its sword through you. You don't feel pain for the first few seconds, but you do when the sword twists, colliding with all your innards before it draws out. You slump off the bed and fall onto the floor. You splayed out on the polished marble, and Nikhil kneels beside you, face expressionless. The guard says nothing before raising the long sword to Nickel, who shifts to the side, shoulder facing the guard before she gives a quick nod. The guard stabs her through the shoulder, and Nickel doesn't even scream. Just lets out a low grunt as she grits her teeth. That tosser!
If this one is not tossle.
The guards disappear from your vision, and you hear clattering, and something heavy moving as you attempt to speak, to plead, to do something. Instead, Nickel puts a hand on your mouth and forces it shut as she waits for an agonizingly long time before she lets out a scream for help. It's a pity that you can't be helped anymore. You couldn't breathe, couldn't think. All that was an endless torment of pain that dug deep into your chest, the world spinning faster and faster, yet your eyes could not even produce tears. Your heartbeat stuttered furiously into your ears as it frantically tries to keep itself from stopping. Thick pools of blood swirled into your lungs and choked you painfully as you tried to cough it out. You still could move your hands, barely a flex of her fingers to feel the impossible coldness before you and would be shivering if you could move. You could crack open an eye to see what was happening around, but you couldn't find the strength, not when you were still desperately trying to expel the blood out of your lungs. Finally, like someone cutting the strings of a marionette, you could no longer move or even fight against the agony as overwhelming coldness set through your bones. This is the death in its cruelest form. Not even when they burn your body on top of your pyre do you feel any warmth. In the end, your legacy is that of tragedy. History will speak of a young would-be king who died long before he could chance what might happen if his life had only just lived. The question that asked by no one, even those who love most, will ever have an idea what you could become. In the end, you don't know what happens next. Your body is burnt, your ashes scattered, and you're dead and cold. In the end, you are nothing more than cinders in the wind. You have completed ending A, Cinders in the Wind.
Yay! Another ending death!
Woo! We got 2 ending deaths in a row! Both of them at the hands of Nickel.
2 Ray 0.
Shut up, Felix.
Whoa. I don't accept side bribes or anything like that. You can. I wonder what would happen if you picked the other option, though.
The other option? I feel like we got 2 endings already. We're doing great.
Well, well, you went for the kiss. I wonder what would happen if you had a conversation instead.
Oh yeah, asking about Nickel. Alright, let's go back. Will we die a 3rd time? Now that we have a moment alone, can I ask you about something? You reach for one of the snacks as you speak. She nods. A curious expression overtakes her face. About what? You. Tell me more about you. You pop the fish off of its little spear and into your mouth. Nickel slows down her nibbling and hums lightly. I don't think that there is much I can say that you don't already know. You blink once, twice, as your mind desperately attempts to recall literally any personal piece of information you know about Nickel. Did she say something and you just didn't notice? Were you that blinded by the vomit-inducing amount of marble on your last date that you missed something? You attempt to mislead Nickel about how much you know. There's a difference between hearing about something and truly knowing something. Have I done something to displease you? Nickel frowns slightly, a faint twitch on the lips. This is what you asked for, is it not? You are most pleasing, I reassure her. But I have asked for your company. But I feel as if Uva has taken things and ran with them. Nickel shrugs lightly. I'm not entirely sure how they did things in your grandfather's time, but supposedly a harem master is traditional. I mean, we're a pretty untraditional harem, but you got what you wanted, right, Hobo? There's something in the back of the mind that twitches at the strangeness of that statement. You attempt to pry out more information. What I wanted? Something narrows in Nickel's eyes as she looks at you. It's not hostile or disapproving, but strangely calculating. Then in a flash, her face returns to something pleasant as she speaks. Interested in another game, Your Highness? I'll be far more tricky than... Oh, fuck. Feels as if you have hit a wall and you don't want to ruin your date by pushing more. More games. You settle back for another game, but your mind quietly wonders what Nickel is possibly thinking about and what it might have to do. The guards have finished their snacks and take up guarding you while Uva merrily insists that a proper meal will be ready in an hour, courtesy of the finest chefs in the kingdom. You discreetly look at Nickel, who shakes her head and mutters under her breath, "They are great chefs, but they constantly yell at people to move and get out." You would think they're trying to beat a timed record or something. Yeah, imagine chefs running around. Why would anyone put themselves through that kind of misery? Exactly, you whisper back, which Nickel discreetly looks away. You pause for a moment and look at her closely, the strange blush upon her face. Did you? Have you put yourself through that? I'm not on trial. You won't get a confession out of me, came Nickel's reply, to which you can only laugh quietly. The rest of the date passes rather pleasantly. It's slightly awkward to have multiple guards and Uva watching you like a lion bird. You don't really get to have another proper conversation with Nickel during the date, but perhaps you'll get a chance to on your next one. Time to head back. All right. On this date, we ended on an A plus as opposed to an F minus. So I think we yeah,
Oh
he
my
lived.
God.
He lived!
Third time's the charm.
It was really like the fourth.
Fourth time's the charm.
Oh my gosh. Oh man. Oh, how much did we change from last time? Did we just change that? Hmm. I don't even remember what I did.
I can do something else now, isn't it?
Is it what?
You can just do whatever you want now.
Yes.
Yeah.
You've rewritten your
I've rewritten history.
destiny.
Rewritten my destiny.
You are currently in week 2.
We are in week 2. We have 2 energy remaining. Last time we looked into the mother's death, talked to Captain Ollie. Was it 3 fates last time? Or no, last time we did a little roguing and defeated the dragon.
Peed. Yeah, the frenzied dragon peed.
Let's do the mother's death thing, but we'll not go to Ollie this time. We read all this, I'm not gonna read it again.
By all means.
Yep,
skip it.
Investigate. The Mortician. I don't trust Reyna.
I mean, it's not like I wrote the story or anything.
I don't trust Reyna. Alright, Mortician time.
Yeah.
When you have a free moment, you ask your guards to direct you to the recovery rooms, your second rotation guards, the double T's, Teddy and Tossle. Where did Teddy come from? What? Wait, do we have...
Oh yeah, this is before...
we don't have the thing anymore. Okay.
We don't have the schedule anymore.
We don't have the wizard... or the schedule. I read Wizard Sends books. Yeah.
You don't have the schedule.
Shout out to Teddy. Teddy doesn't stream anymore, but...
Nope. And that was supposed to be changed because of that. But you know what?
It's all good. Teddy and Tossle nearly sound the alarm at your request, in which it becomes your job to be a fasting acting therapist and reassure your guards that no, you're not going to die, no, you're not sick, and no, you're not going to fire them for being wrong. Your reassurances take a bunch of your time, but they eventually give you the directions to the recovery room. Even still, your guards act like kicked puppies as you leave them to continue to guard your chambers. Even so, you have a long walk passing by many guards and servants who greet you respectfully. You make it down to the barracks and swing left to find a strong medicinal smell, which must be the recovery rooms. You find an older-looking nurse outside, filling parchment in large cabinets, and a desk which is parked right outside an arched doorway. Battered hinges suggest it gets frequently swung open, and the dents smashed in the stone walls suggest a great deal of force. The marble is stained with smears of red that you decide to avoid, and the smell is nearly nauseating, simultaneously smelling like sterile cleaning supplies and dense ghost herb. You step towards the nurse, your eyes darting over the name at the desk that says Nurse Cluess before asking, "Is the doctor in?" Somewhere we'll find a freezer called Jay.
You know, weirdly enough. Just kidding.
No. You mean my husband? The nurse says as she closes the filing cabinet with a slam. She turns before saying in a surprise, "Ah, Your Highness, sorry for not recognizing your voice. Yes, Dr. Golive is in the middle of one of his experiments, but you can spare a moment for our future king." Nurse Cluess proceeds to move towards the door to open for you. Before she pauses, "You're not sick, are you? I'm assuming the bonding with Cinder King has drained your energy, but you haven't caught anything else." You pause for a moment to think how to answer. So someone find a match. None of your business, servant. Out of my way. What about the bonding? Should I be worried about catching something? Ooh. Ooh.
Remember, gas has a very thick and heavy smell. This is just sterile and herby. Different.
Assuming the bonding with Cinder King has drained your energy. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I don't feel like questioning that. It's none of your business. Get out of my way. Nurse Cluess looks suitably unimpressed with you. She says nothing else, but her eyes cut through you like a knife, dissecting through your words and judging your core. She opens the door to you, rather reluctantly. Enter the recovery rooms. With the door open, you let yourself into the recovery rooms. It's a much bigger wing than you thought it would be from the outside. Beds lay upon rows with thick wool privacy screens, splitting them into makeshift rows. There doesn't seem to be anyone in the recovery rooms for, recovery. But there is the farthest corner from the door is an old man that must be Dr. Golive, sanctioned off to the side of the room with a large contraption and murmuring to himself, "Where did I put... Ah, here it is. Oh, no, that's not it. It really should label those better." You walk towards the door before a voice calls out from behind you, "I know you're busy with your work, dearest, but the soon-to-be king is here for..." You turn your head to see that Nurse Cluess had not yet closed the recovery room door behind you. She then shuts the door behind you firmly. "Oh, Your Highness," the old man nearly drops his glass vial in his haste to turn to you. "I wasn't expecting to see you. You're not ill, are you?" Energy depletion aside. "No, not at all," you say. "I was hoping to ask you a few things, Doctor." "Why, certainly, and please, just call me Kokoro." He pulls his seat out for you to sit in, and while he grabs a nearby stool to rest in, "Now, what can I do for you?"
Old man Kokoro, my beloved.
What were you doing before I came in? I have some questions that I need answers to. What was he doing before he came in? What? He was just in the furthest corner of the room. What were you doing? "Ah, well, I was setting up to create a fresh patch of morphine tubes for my patients," he said, gesturing at the alchemy set on the table. "It's my proudest creation yet." I'm not sure I follow, I say in confusion. What exactly is morphine? "It's a painkiller I created, very powerful. It requires delicate care. I found using these small tubes, making it easy for my nurses to administer on my behalf. And with so many people these days have such wild illnesses, you need stronger stuff. Your mother was instrumental in founding Ghost Poppy Research." He then laughs, "But look at me going on. I'm sure you didn't come here to learn about Cinadore's newest painkiller." "It's interesting." You look over at the table. "Do you use it on all your patients?" "Only the ones who need it. It can be very dangerous if used incorrectly. But I keep very good care of my patients." He then scratches at his blindfold. "Although Nurse Cluess did mention we were missing a tube of morphine from the cabinet. That was just before you arrived." "Missing?" He chose now to interrupt. "How did something so valuable go missing?" "Ah, Your Highness." He flounders for a moment. "I'm afraid I don't really know. Nurse Cluess keeps a record of everyone who comes in and out of here, but it's all been trustworthy folk. I'm sure it'll turn up somewhere. Perhaps I simply left it at home. That is where I grow most of the ghost poppies, after all. On to other things." Oh boy. I have more questions now all of a sudden. we got
What? About the morphine?
we got a
It's
missing
new
bottle of
thing.
morphine.
It's very cool.
No big deal. You grow ghost poppies at your house. Despite Kokoro's long talks, you don't feel like you got much information of him. Long off-topic tangents seem to constantly distract both you and him from your main goal. You end up learning nothing new about your mother's death. As it turns out, your mother wishes was to be immediately cremated to join the Cinder King. So it goes. Nurse Cluess dips her head as you leave, but doesn't say anything else to you in the midst of sorting files at her desk. Seems you're done here. Alright, well, that was a fun round. That was great. Good times.
Remember, choices you make end up with different situations.
We got literally nothing out of that. We learned about morphine. A creation of Kokoro.
Yep.
Kokoro is an amazing streamer and also inventor of morphine. as we have learned.
Gokuro invents quite a lot of interesting things in this story. We haven't even got to the other part of it.
Yep. I feel like I need to
Yep.
work out because I'm still level 1. So we're just gonna do that round real quick.
Just remember you're trading with.
Oh, we're fighting a feral crab strider this time. Interesting. Power attack. Wah. I missed. It strikes me for 7. Oh shit.
Oh god.
I missed. Oh fuck.
He's.
This is what I get for
We're
restarting.
gonna get NDA again.
Again, I attack. Okay, I defeated the feral crab. Power hit always hit when it hits.
NDA again. Head to the feral crab strider.
I think this is the same text. Another beast defeated.
Yeah.
Completely exhausted. We rest for the week. We sleep, and then we get an assassination attempt. Hang on, I'm gonna drop another save here at this point. That way we don't have to replay all that. Begin the battle. All right. No prediction this time. We're just gonna go in against the shadow assassin. My power attack missed. The shadow assassin
says it may miss.
uses precision strike for 20 damage. Oh.
Shit.
You've been defeated by the shadow assassin. You have died.
So good new save then, isn't it? Yeah, that's ideal.
You know.
Ending A again!
You couldn't breathe, couldn't think. All there is endless torment of pain dug through your chest. Yep.
You're dead.
Is this the same text?
Yep, same text. Ending A is all the endings are the same text.
Okay. I was reading. I was like, hang on, this seems the same, but then it's like barely a flex of her fingers to feel the impossible coldness. I was like, wait, hang on. Who?
Yep. Ending A and ending B are different because they're different things. Ending A is just you died.
Okay. Well, GG's. We got 3 endings.
The ending you get if you get killed. Yes. The endings are ranked on how easy it is to get them. Ending A is the easiest because there's a lot of ways to die, as you are now discovering.
As we are discovering. Maybe don't be squishy. Maybe, practice and work out and
chill out, so I'll be listening in, but have a good fanfic day.
No worries. Have a good one, Lissy. Thanks for popping in. Mwah.
I miss her already.
But just don't miss. Exactly. We would have been fine if we just didn't. Actually, I don't know if we would have been fine because they did 20 damage in return anyway. But
well, that was a precision strike. No. They may not pick that.
Well, I don't really All right. I do think we've been going for 4 hours, and we got 3 different endings, technically.
Sure.
But this was a lot of fun, Rainbow. Thank you so much again for making this. It's absolutely wonderful. And if you weren't here at the beginning and didn't hear Rainbow state it, we will be sharing this game in the Discord. You can download it. It plays in your browser. So you can play and do your own routes as well. And maybe Nikel won't kill you. Or maybe you just won't romance Nikel at all and survive. It might just be Nikel, honestly. Nikel seems to have it out for me. Much like real life Nick.
What chat should I put it in,
I don't know. What do we got in the Discord? Maybe video games?
Felix, if you do end up playing it, let me know how it goes.
You could drop it in the video games channel.
Alright.
It's a game. How many endings are there? I think there's like 3 major endings, you said?
There's 3 endings. With variants on things such as did you successfully romance, did you successfully solve the mystery, etc., etc., etc. And we've already seen 2. And then there's a secret ending. which I shall not reveal because it's secret.
Secret.
And it's very hard to do.
Oh.
I have achieved it exactly one time. And I know how the game works.
Well, so 4 endings, kind of?
4 endings. 3 main endings and then 1 secret ending.
But yeah. Lots of fun. Rainbow put so much effort into it. Please go try it and check it out. Play along with yourself. And just the amount of people that are in it. Again, shout out to everybody in the community who it shows up either in the fanfic or it was just here today to witness this lovely thing. That's all I got. I'm like, I've just read for 4 hours straight. My brain hurts.
A few times. Maybe next time we'll get some people to come in and read their parts.
That would be fun. You gotta create a stage play version with like the name at the front so people know that it's them talking.
I mean, it'd be interesting for sure.
Oh my goodness. The next Rainbow fanfic. We're putting on an actual play, IRL.
Oh God.
Alright. Where are we off to? Who's live?
Mom's still alive.
How much longer though? I know. Oh, switch to PlateUp, okay. Oh my gosh, everybody's live. What happened? I guess it's the weekend.
It is Saturday.
Oh, we should go to Hobo. We were just playing as Hobo.
After he was so cruel, you want to go to Hobo?
I know, crazy. Thank you again, everybody. Thank you again for the all the subs. Big shout outs to Experience and Raffle for all those subs. You guys are both amazing. I don't know if the event will still be live until the event technically ends, or if it only is live while I'm streaming. But either way, the event ends at the end at like noon tomorrow, I think.
Sounds right.
So if you didn't get your Crab Love badge, try to get it. I think maybe watching the VOD might count. I don't know.
Watch the VOD. See if you can pick up subtext. Emma is on my case.
We're gonna raid on over to Hobo Heart. And they're currently playing Vintage Story, which is kind of like Minecraft to a degree. But Hobo's a good hobo. I know that sounds really dumb to say, but go show them lots of love and support. And I will see you all Monday for Monday stream. All right. Have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye.
Oh God. Well, I had to do it that way in case people wanted to try again. Yeah. Well,